Are y'all seeing my YouTube channel or the GODA conference schedule? Okay. Now, are you seeing our schedule? Okay, great. I think we're ready to get started. So I want to welcome all of you guys to the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs Conference for 2021. Today is the anniversary of the signing of the Americans with Disabilities Act. So what a great way to kick off the week with this conference that is jam-packed with great information from experts across our state and nationally. First, I want to thank the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs staff, Lillian Dejon, Jamora Ennis, and Melanie Washington for their support and making all of this happen. This is a really big lift. We have, this morning I just looked at our registration, we had 720 people registered for this conference. So we're really excited about the number of people who are interested in attending. And secondly, I want to thank our presenters. All of our presenters are volunteer presenters sharing their expertise. It takes time and commitment to create presentations, and we certainly appreciate all of our presenters and panelists. We have over 60 people who have volunteered their time to make this conference great, and we really appreciate that. Also, just want to thank, first off, Governor Edwards, who certainly has been a governor who listens to the disability communities and the needs of the disability community. None of this and any of our work would be possible without his support. And everyone who works in his office shares that philosophy and vision for what Louisiana should be for all of our citizens, including people with disabilities and their families. Also want to thank Deaf Focus for providing our interpreters. They have helped with the sponsoring the conference, and we appreciate their support and the service that they provide. Just to give you a little bit of information, everyone will enter into the conference with the same link. You registered, you received a link when you registered, and you should have received another email with updates yesterday morning and then again this morning. That link is your link. You can log in and out of the conference as you see fit. Also, there is a link to our YouTube channel. I'm not sure where we're going to get with capacity within Zoom, but should we reach capacity within Zoom, please log into our YouTube channel, or if you just prefer, you can just watch it from YouTube throughout the conference. The people who are our panelists and presenters will be transitioned to a panelist. For the Zoom identifies the people attending as attendees and panelists. Everyone will enter as attendees, and our staff will transition our presenters and panelists over to being a Zoom panelist. So you will be watching the screen as the host. Those of you who are attendees, I should say, will be watching the screen of the host. Please let us know if for some reason you're not able to see the interpreter and need to see the interpreter, or you're not able to access the captioning and you need that. You can let Lillian or Jamor or myself or Melanie know if there's any issues. Throughout the conference, as you can see, this is a really big conference for us to manage, and we have 4 staff people. So if you have issues, if you could email disability.affairs@la.gov or email all of the staff. So one of us might be pulled away and not get access to not be able to access our emails at the moment. Also calling or texting if you have our cell phones. We might not be looking at that at the moment. So just to let you know, use your options if you need to communicate with us. And we will try to communicate as best we can with you guys. And with that, I'll go ahead and just take a break and make sure our first presenters are ready to get started. And we'll give you updates in between sessions. I'm sure there'll be more information that we'll be sharing between sessions, and we'll also post in the chat links or information that you may need. Hi, everyone. Our next session will start in about 3 minutes. So if everyone just stay tuned, we'll get started in a couple minutes. Hi, everyone. Just a technical issue. We have met our capacity in Zoom. So any of you who are not panelists or presenters and would like to go and log out of Zoom and watch from our YouTube channel, that would really help us out because we want to make sure everyone has access to it. So I will go ahead and copy and paste that into our chat, but I also think you can click on the live on YouTube in the left-hand corner top of the screen. So if any of you want to do that, we would really appreciate that. Would help us out. So people wouldn't get a message that we've met capacity, which is wonderful, but we just have to address it. So thank you all. So I'll go ahead and get started with our first presenters. Our first presenters is from XP Synergy Companies. And I see that we have a message that the link doesn't work. If you would just click on the YouTube, live on YouTube at the top, it should bring you to that screen, to our YouTube channel. And if Lillian or Jamor, if y'all could put the correct link in the chat, that would be helpful. So get back to our introductions of our first presenters from XP Energy Company. I'm gonna go ahead and click record. So we are recording and I'm streaming on YouTube. They are presenting from Opportunity Now. And those presenters are Mr. Joe Lewis, Rod Washington, Alayna Carpenter, and Erin Champagne. I am going to allow them to introduce themselves and and share with you what is the Opportunity Now. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Lewis, and I'm the team leader of the XP Synergy Companies and Opportunity Now. It's a pleasure and an honor to be participating this year with the virtual conference, and we will start our presentation now. There is a message on the screen that says the meeting is being recorded, so if that can be removed, just got it. All right, so Rod, we can go to the next slide, please. Okay, title of our presentation is Opportunity Now and Success Can't Wait, which is the slogan for Opportunity Now. I'd like you to meet our team. I am the team leader of the XP Synergy Companies and Opportunity Now. And again, it's a pleasure to meet and see everyone that is participating. Next slide. We also have Miss Alayna Carter, our Director of Adult Services, participating today. Next slide. Miss Erin Champagne, our Program Specialist for Youth Services, is joining our team to participate. And Mr. Rod Washington, our Director of Communications and Client Services, is also joining our presentation. So I want to begin by telling you who we are. Our vision is to engage and empower our customers, whether they are adult or youth populations, to determine their own futures, encourage their peers, and drive themselves, their families, and their communities towards self-awareness, and just as importantly, self-sufficiency. As an organization, we have 126 staff positions across 12 offices. We are in 3 states, Louisiana, Texas, and Nevada. And the number we are most proud of is that we've been able to impact the lives of thousands of customers and consumers and partners. Next slide. This is a snapshot of our organizational structure. It's made up of administration and operations. Then we have adult services, youth services, we have creative services, we have special projects and initiatives. We have launched our bachelor level and master level internships and initiatives, and we have a quality assurance division or unit that works across our entire company. So a little historical background about Opportunity Now. It began in 2013 as an initiative for the city of Baton Rouge and their Workforce Development Board. In 2014, it expanded to do outreach and self-sufficiency services for the Home of Terrebonne Housing Authority. And from there, we also worked with launching self-sufficiency services for other housing authorities under the brand Opportunity Now. And in 2015, we became a vendor to provide VR services for adults with disabilities through Louisiana Rehabilitation Services, LRS. In 2016, we provided transition services for students with disabilities as a pre-ETS vendor for LRS. 2017, we launched a transition services pilot for students with disabilities in the state of Texas. 2018, we signed a contract with the Texas Workforce Commission to provide pre-employment transition services. And late last year, we were awarded a statewide contract by the Texas Workforce Commission to also do employment services for adults and youth with disabilities. So now, as we speak on our adult services, I would like to turn the presentation over to Ms. Alayna Carter.
Believe that everyone deserves to pursue and achieve their dreams. This is a question that we're often asking ourselves as well as the people that we work with. Next slide. So with adult services, our main focus is providing human development and self-sufficiency services for the adult population that we work with. Our primary focus is adults with disabilities, as well as the returning citizens. And our overall clients are on the federal, state, and local governments, as well as housing authorities and community-based organizations throughout the entire state of Louisiana. Next slide. Our primary focus is to advocate for those individuals by helping them and empowering them to overcome any obstacles and the stereotypes that they do face on a daily basis. How do we do this? We do this by providing various resources that create positive individual changes, as well as focusing on uplifting entire communities and providing individuals with a second chance at life. Next slide. We work with individuals who have various barriers, and those barriers can include anything on the physical side, as well as mental and intellectual or learning disabilities. We also work with the population that suffers with substance abuse and alcoholism to help them become self-sufficient, and our overall main focus is for them to find long-term and gainful employment. Now, we have been working with both Louisiana Rehabilitation Services, LRS, as well as Texas Workforce Commission to not only advocate and provide skills and employment training for those consumers and customers we serve, but we also help to engage with the employers so that they are able to obtain and retain the individuals we're working with. We're going out, we're speaking with various employers, and we're selling them and letting them know the benefits of hiring the individuals that we're currently working with. The individuals that we do refer to them are already equipped with the proper training and skills that they need for employment. Next slide. We have been providing vocational rehabilitation services for over 6 years and participants through various programs. I'm going to talk more about those programs in a bit, but collectively we've worked with over 1,000 participants, and currently Opportunity Now is working with 235 participants, providing those work readiness and job placement services. Next slide. Okay. So we are in various regions throughout the entire state of Louisiana. Right now, we are in 4 different regions. We're providing services, job placement services in the New Orleans area, as well as Jefferson Parish and surrounding parishes. We're also in Region 2, which covers East Baton Rouge, as well as all surrounding parishes around Baton Rouge. We are currently in Region 3, which works in the Houma and Lafourche area, as well as Northern Louisiana, which covers Region 8, which is in Monroe, as well as the surrounding parishes in Northern Louisiana. And we're also providing services through Texas Workforce Commission in Region 4 of Texas. And for the ones that do not know, that does cover our Beaumont, Orange, Port Arthur, surrounding areas as well in the state of Texas. Next slide. So talking a little bit more about those programs, our focus, and I guess the number one question we always ask is, do you believe that when someone commits any act that may disagree with them, that society should lock them up and throw away the key? That is an important question that we ask ourselves when we're working with the following population. And now we're going to talk more about our criminal justice programs. We have been working and providing criminal justice services since 2015. And under our criminal justice services, we focus on reentry services as well as diversion services. So you can go to the next slide and we'll go ahead and start talking about those reentry services. Collectively, we have placed over 300 individuals in job placement that fell under the criminal justice services. Talking about our training and our methods for both reentry and diversion, we utilize various assets to gauge them and to also make them successful and gain those skills. Our classroom style training, where we actually are engaged with these individuals in the classroom several times a week, and we're teaching them those life skills and the work readiness skills that they need. We also utilize midterm and final reviews. There you will see that Jeopardy style, which I'll go more into detail, but basically we try to make it very fun and engaging for the participants that we're working with. So whenever we do get to our midterm and our final reviews, we like to make it fun and creative and engage in teamwork. So we do utilize a Jeopardy style method. We also do provide extensive case management, providing those services and the skills that they need. We do utilize positive reinforcement incentives. We also utilize reverse job fairs, which is very important, engaging them and getting them ready for the workforce. We utilize wraparound services because whenever they are outside of our program, they may need additional resources. So we do utilize wraparound services. We utilize motivational speakers, which helps them engage during the class and make it relatable. And of course, we focus on career prep and mock interviews, as well as on the job training, because our overall focus is getting these individuals to work. Next slide. The main objective of reentry services is to help restructure and reinforce the overall thinking of the participants while helping them become self-sufficient upon re-entering society. We do not focus on what got them in that particular position. We focus on them being successful once they're done with that particular program. So our overall focus is restructuring their mindset and trying to figure out what got them in that position, and then focusing on how to help them to be self-sufficient after this program. Next slide. Now, Opportunity Now do utilize various facets, and we are certified, and we do implement various aspects to help them with this transition. We do have a pre-release and re-entry program that is certified through the Department of Corrections. We also teach Cage Your Rage classes, which focuses on anger management, trying to cage that rage inside of them. The More Recognition Therapy, which we refer to as MRT, which focuses on accountability. And then Tapuku, which deals with the transformation of their mindset. Next slide. So we're going to focus more on the pre-release and re-entry focus. Our curriculum that we do utilize, again, is approved by both the Department of Corrections as well as Louisiana Workforce Commission. This is a 100-hour course, and this course does focus on life skills that are essential for transitioning back into the community. Our curriculum focuses on subjects such as personal development, because it is important that we focus on that and making sure that they get themselves together even before we start with the job placement aspect. We focus on problem solving and decision making. We want to make sure that they understand the importance of setting goals. We focus on anger management. And again, we do utilize a different component, which is the Cage Your Rage, that'll go more into detail of the anger management aspect. Again, the values and the goals. Victim awareness, which covers that accountability factors. The counseling on individual community reentry, which focuses on those wraparound services. The employment skill and the job placement assistant, which focuses on getting them ready for the job, helping them to complete an application, to complete a resume, and of course the mock interviews, how to properly dress, how to communicate on and off the job site, as well as money management and reentry support services. Once they get a job, what is the proper way that they should be utilizing their money? How can they manage that money? And then, of course, the reentry support services, the importance of following up if they are assigned a probation officer, if they are making sure that they are paying any type of restitution that they may have, the importance of understanding those support services that they have. Next slide. And these are just a few photos of in the class. The top photo is actually in the middle of a class, and then the bottom is actually at the end of a class for our graduation ceremony, which I'll go more into detail. Again, the Opportunity Now program allows participants to undergo nearly 4 months of in-depth work readiness and life skills training. So for a majority of our program, this class is 3 times a week. We do have programs that that we do provide at least 4 times a week, but we do go inside of the facility. So we're working with them before they're even released. We go inside the facility, we're teaching them various life skills as well as those work readiness skills. In order for them to be a part of our program, they have to have 15 months or less left of their sentence, so that the skills that they are receiving is going to truly be on their brain, on their mindset. During the duration of our class, if they successfully complete our class, they are awarded. They do receive rewards. Again, some of those rewards is the Jeopardy style review with incentives. Those incentives, depending on the facility, we do separate them into teams for the Jeopardy reviews, which are the midterm and final reviews. And depending on how well they do, each team will win. Their winnings can be anything from gift cards that's going to be left in their possession, even to money put on their books. So their commissary, we're able to award the winning team with money in their commissary, and that depends on the facility's preference. We do have a graduation ceremony, which I'm the most proud of because we focus on family reunification. With that graduation ceremony, we are able to bring in outside vendors where they're able to have true food. So we're able to provide a caterer. We're also able, and of course, this was pre-COVID days, we were able to invite some of their family members to come in and celebrate their graduation, because for some of these individuals, they've never even received the graduation, because unfortunately, not all of them have graduated from high school. So this graduation ceremony is very important to them. And they're excited. We make it where they feel like they're no longer in the facility, where they're engaging with their family, they're eating outside food. And we also provide graduation shirts. So they're able to wear an Opportunity Now shirt for their graduation. And of course, they do receive a graduation certificate stating that they have completed the program. They've also received good time credits. And that's for our reentry programs, where if they successfully complete the programs, they will earn 4 months of good time credit. So they can get 4 months off of their sentence. So that's a really, really big incentive for them. And then final, our criminal justice release stipends, which is something that we do as an organization. This is not a loan. This is not grant-based. This is just something that our organization does for participants who successfully complete the program upon their release, because a lot of individuals have been locked up for so long that once they are released, they do not have support. They do not have the means to, be successful. So we do give them a release stipend. It's a small token of congratulations for participating and completing the program, where some of these individuals, it is a check, and some of these individuals will be able to get medications that they may need. A lot of these individuals are coming out with just the graduation shirt that they received and maybe some torn jeans and shoes that they receive in jail. And so with those stipends, they're able to go out and just buy a couple of clothes and get ready for that mindset of transitioning to jobs. One of the main focus that we talk about is work readiness. And so our main focus is getting them a resume. And we are all aware that whenever we apply for jobs, it is important that we have a viable phone number that an employer can contact us on. So a lot of our participants take the release stipend and get them a cell phone so that we can update their resume and they can have a phone number, a viable phone number, so that an employer can reach them. So these are just a few of the incentives that we do provide to our Opportunity Now participants in our criminal justice programs. Next slide. Again, our main focus is job placement, getting them ready to be a contributing factor to society. So while they are incarcerated, I do have a team of specialists who are actually teaching them those skills while they're incarcerated. But they're getting to know them. They're getting to know their skill set. They're getting to know what type of careers that they've done in the past, what their experience lie, what type of certifications they have. So while they're still incarcerated, the team of specialists are actually in the community and actively job developing for these individuals while they're still incarcerated. Again, as I just mentioned, our participants do receive a stipend that they will be able to utilize to purchase clothes and food and medication in that cell phone that I just spoke about. We also do write TWIC and hazmat appeal letters. A lot of our participants, when they go in, they do have certain skills that they want to put to use when they're released, but they do need a TWIC card. And as a convicted felon, they're often denied TWIC and hazmat certifications. So Opportunity Now does come in. We're able to write those TWIC and hazmat appeal letters so that they can get them upon their release. So far, I am proud to say that we do have a 100% rate where we have never been denied. Once we do an appeal letter, and a participant is not denied again. So we are very excited and proud of that rate. And then, of course, it is important that we know that these individuals, once they get out, the chances of them going back in, if they do not have anything to do, if they're not being productive citizens, go up drastically. So that is why it's important that we're job developing while they are still incarcerated, so that as soon as they get out, they immediately contact us because we build that relationship with them. They immediately contact us. We usually already have jobs lined up for them. And within 1 month of their release date, we have them working. So that is really, really important so that we can make sure that our recidivism rate is really, really low. And speaking of those recidivism rate, these are just a few stats. Overall, the state of Louisiana recidivism rate is at 32%. For the state of Texas, the recidivism rate is at 21.4%. And I am proud to say with our current method of approach and what we're currently utilizing, our recidivism rate is less than 7%. Actually, as of February of this year, our actual number was 5.5%. So everyone who is familiar with recidivism rates, you can know that that is a really low recidivism rate, and I'm very, very proud of that. Our recidivism rate is based on just some stats that we do provide the Louisiana Department of Corrections. Next slide. So just speaking a little bit about the diversion services that we do provide, we have also been providing diversion services since 2015, and we do refer to our diversion program as a second chance program for felony offenders. So next slide, just saying a little bit more about our our diversion program. It is important that you know that our diversion program is signed off by local judges here, as well as the district attorneys. And in order for these individuals to be in compliance and be successful with the diversion program, they must attend 3 months of work readiness and life skills training 3 nights a week. So it is important that they are working. Therefore, that's why we make it at night, that way that they can attend. They must also remain drug-free during the entire duration of diversion. Our classes are for 3 months and they are diversion for an entire year. So the first 3 months, they're in our classes. The following 9 months, they are still a part of diversion, but they're no longer attending work readiness classes. They must maintain those monthly check-ins. So even though we do not see them face-to-face, they are responsible for checking in with us once a month just to make sure that they're still drug-free, that they're still working. And then the bullet above stating that they cannot commit any more crimes during diversion. If they do commit any type of crimes while they're on diversion, unfortunately, they are automatically removed from the program. And if they do successfully complete our diversion program, then their charges are going to be dismissed. And this runs directly through our district attorney, our local district attorney. Next slide. And that concludes the end of our adult services presentation. I'm now going to turn it over to Ms. Erin Champagne, who's going to speak about Opportunity Now's youth services.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon. So I will be discussing our youth services division, and in our youth services division, we provide human development and self-sufficiency services to the youth population. And our primary focus is youth with disabilities and at-risk youth. And our clients do include federal, state, and local government, school districts, housing authorities, and community-based organizations. Now, the Opportunity Now Youth Services does provide pre-employment transition services, which is pre-ETS, community-based services, student employment services, academic support, as well as student support services. And we do provide transition services, and that is our pre-employment transition services, or pre-ETS, and they are to provide students and help them successfully transition from high school to either employment, post-secondary education, independent living, or a combination of the three. And pre-ETS is designed to help our students in the special populations, that's students with IEP, 504 plans, or doctor-diagnosed disabilities, and this helps them to get a jump start on their future. Our transition services are a subset of the vocational rehabilitation services, and they are specifically for students aged 14 to 22. And we're able to do this through our partnerships with our school districts and our state clients, which is the Texas Workforce Solutions and the Louisiana Rehabilitation Services. We also provide pre-eds as part of the vocational rehabilitation services to students while they are still in high school. Opportunity Now Youth Services started providing services to schools and students in 2016. And in 2016, we served one school in the New Orleans area with about 20 students. In 2018, the numbers grew and we served 15 schools in Louisiana, along with 300 students, and 3 schools in Texas with about 100 students. Now, our last school year, the 2020-2021 school year, we provided services in 42 schools, and that was across Louisiana and Texas. And we serviced over 750 students. In our 2021-2022 projections, we are projected to service over 60 schools, and that's across Louisiana and Texas, with about 1,800 students served. And we will be doing 4 special initiative projects. Opportunity Now also provides embedded pre-ed services, and this is where the students actually receive these services during their school day as a part of their school schedule. And Opportunity Now provides the curriculum, the staff, and the support resources to accomplish these pre-ed embedded services. And we do provide services in all 5 of the pre-eds categories. That is work readiness training or life skills, self-advocacy. This helps the students advocate for themselves because they are students with disabilities. It lets them know their rights when it comes to work and things like that. We do career exploration, where we help the students explore different career paths and help them see what career path would best suit them with their interests and their skills. We do training on post-secondary education to see if trade school, college is a good fit for them. And then if they do want to pursue that, we help them get accepted to colleges by doing FAFSA and college applications. And then we also do work-based learning experiences, where we get our students paid employment opportunities so they can actually put their skills to work through actual experiences. And these are provided within the classroom, instruction and training, as well as outside the classroom, and that includes community and vocational activities. Our Opportunity Now classes incorporate a multitude of things, including hands-on activities, role-playing, group discussions, skills and interest inventories, where we actually do surveys with the students to see what they're interested in and what their best skills are. We connect their passions to possible career options for them. We also do exercises that help with critical and creative thinking. We have technology classes, and we help them get more used to technology. We have approved guest speakers, and we also do a project-based deliverable at the end of each year. That's kind of like a visual resume where they pick where they want to go, and then they have to describe how to get there through PowerPoint, poster boards, and actual presentations. We also do student exposures, where we move beyond the classroom and expose our students to a variety of career and educational tours and shadowing experiences. We were able to provide this more frequently pre-COVID, but we became creative and figured out ways that we could still do it during the COVID era where we brought in virtual guest speakers and things like that. But we also do field trips with our students, and these field trips are determined by our students' interests. As mentioned before, they do complete a career interest form, and it captures a snapshot of what their actual interests are and the support systems that align with the student's employment or post-secondary educational interests. And then we try to fit that into the field trips and the tours, the job shadowing, and the work site tours. We also do employment opportunities. So our primary goal is to get our students paid work experiences. That's what we teach them throughout the school year, is how to find and maintain employment. And then we put those skills that they've learned in class to actual work, so they get real life work experiences. And this is very critical for our students with disabilities, because they do face additional barriers to becoming self-sufficiency. And the pre-ETS program is about transitioning them from high school to the real world to be self-sufficient. So our primary goal is paid employment, and it helps our students meet immediate needs while also reinforcing the best practices that they've learned throughout the school year with us for that successful employment. And our students can also earn incentives through our program. And this includes gift cards, class celebrations where we do pizza parties. At one of our schools in Baton Rouge, our Ascension, actually, we provided canes for the students. And they were able to celebrate a good school year with canes. And then we also do other forms of special recognition as well, certificates, graduation ceremonies, things like that. And now I'm going to turn over the presentation to Mr. Roderick Washington with Creative Services.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here to share a little bit about our creative services. Our creative services arm for the XP Synergy companies is called Persuade. It came about in 2019 thanks to a merger between the XP Synergy media companies and Las Vegas-based Moniker Media and Creative. Our clients are internal and external. Internally, our clients are XP Synergy, Opportunity Now Adult Services, Opportunity Now Youth Services, along with federal, state, and local governments, private businesses, and community-based organizations. In our creative services, we have a mindset that excuses are roadblocks. And I use a phrase often that says, when you really want something, you'll find a way. When you don't really want something, you will find excuses. Well, with our team, we develop solutions and not excuses. We try to find ways to help our clients achieve the goals that they have, whether it is storytelling or information sharing, just doing what it takes to enhance their opportunities to share and communicate effectively and efficiently with their target audiences. Our methods, quite simple. We believe in quality, consistency, and clear communication. We work hard to give our clients consistent quality, and that is achieved through clear communications. We don't assume customer is always right, but we want to make sure that we are doing every single thing we can to meet and exceed the goals of all of our customers, no matter how big or small. When you consider our impact, Opportunity Now has been blessed to have representation on the Louisiana State as a Model Employer Task Force, or SAME Task Force. We're thankful leadership of our team leader, and the state of Louisiana, under the leadership of Governor John Bel Edwards, wants to improve with this task force how it hires, recruits, retains people with disabilities. And our creative team is able to help be a part of that effort by helping to produce promotional videos directed at state employees. And some of the key talent in those videos will include our governor, our lieutenant governor, the commissioner of administration, the DOTD secretary, and also the secretary of DCFS. And they are all sending messages directly to their employees within their respective state agencies to help them take an annual survey so that the state of Louisiana can gather the necessary information to see how it's doing and what improvements or enhancements can be made when it comes to hiring, recruiting, and retaining people with disabilities. And I will throw in that, as our team leader mentioned earlier, our Division of Internships and Initiatives is also participating in this effort. There we have a group of college interns that are either pursuing their bachelor's or master's degree in social work. And they will be taking the data collected from the surveys and analyzing these thousands of surveys that we receive from state employees so that we can help determine what changes and adjustments are needed for the state of Louisiana to be a model employer. And by the way, we are donating all of these services, the promotional videos and the data analysis that our interns are doing as well, because we don't just talk about it, we believe it, and we want to support efforts to help make our home state the best that it could be as a model employer. A little bit more about our creative team and our impact. Through 2020, 2021, we produced over 500 individual creative media resources for our various clients. We've been able to enhance the brands of the XP Synergy companies, and that's done through fueling our efforts of growth across all of our divisions. A special component of what we do is Project Create. Project Create is a program, an initiative, and also a school course. It provides media training, creative media training and development for youth, specifically youth in high school. Our areas of focus include videography, editing, script writing, photography, graphic design, and creative writing, all on a professional level. In 2016, Project Create was launched, and it was established as a creative media training and paid internship for 6 high school students with disabilities in New Orleans. By 2018, it had evolved and became an official high school course. And since 2016, we've been able to provide paid and unpaid media internships to nearly 300 youth with disabilities. Project Create was established as a part of the Performing Arts graduation pathway for St. James and Lutcher High Schools in the St. James Parish School System. An added component that's being introduced this year for their students within that same school system is web coding and web development. And we're looking forward to it. We're really excited to see how our students are able to take in this new opportunity, take advantage of it, because as we know, this is the future. And the opportunities for career growth and career advancement because of having an early introduction to something like web coding, web development, and the creative arts will put them on a greater path towards success. Project Create has also served as a diversionary resource for at-risk students involved in criminal justice system. And when I say that, you think about students who are often labeled. And sometimes they fit that description because they've not had the proper exposure or opportunities to grow and evolve. But through Project Create, we've been able to take troubled students, students with disabilities, or students who showed low interest in school, and ignite a fuel and see them, I guess you can say, go through a metamorphosis, transform, and come out of their shells and take to this in such an astounding way to where you cannot believe that these were the same students. So this is not just an arts elective, it's an opportunity for a career pathway that many never even dreamed about. That's what we do in Project Create. In 2021, we had the distinct pleasure of offering a paid summer internship at multiple locations. We advertised to students at various school systems where Opportunity Now is providing services. And it was an opportunity for these students to learn new skills like videography, video editing, marketing, script writing, and more. And it wasn't just something that was handed to them. It was a competitive process that they went through. They had to submit a video application in addition to going online and filling out, a regular application, but they had to tell us, why they want to participate in our summer internship and how programs such as Opportunity Now is helping them to achieve their goals. And by the way, we paid these students. Again, in Louisiana, our interns were paid $12 an hour, $12 an hour. So there were a lot of students who applied and competed, and we were able to expose dozens through 4 2-week cohorts. They took place in Baton Rouge, Louisiana at Bel Air High School, in the Lafayette area at Opelousas High School, and also in Beaumont, Texas, and Corpus Christi, Texas. We were able to employ a total of 40 interns, and collectively, they worked more than 2,000 hours during the summer of 2021. And these students were able to produce capstone projects. They weren't just there learning about the creative arts. We were exposing them to Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, and they were able to put together works of art. They produced flyers, they produced videos as well. As a matter of fact, we want to share at least one of the projects that our team of student interns were able to produce. And I'm not sure if you all were able to hear the audio. I just got a text message. Let's see if I can do something right here that will allow me to do that. Yep, here we go. So I'm going to play that back for you.
Lee! Friday.
Great!
At Project Create, we're learning new skills and cool things that most people only see on television or in movies.
We are learning about things like photography and how to make posters and flyers.
I really love video production and taking creative thoughts from my mind and turning them into a script and making cool videos for the world to see.
This internship is a great opportunity to help our students gain confidence and to put them in a position to do wonderful things in the future.
Adobe Photoshop and Premiere are just some of the tools that we've been learning about and know how to use now.
Our interns are phenomenal. We've been giving them a crash course in videography and photography and production techniques, and they've taken to it so well they've been able to produce products and commercials and stuff for us by the end of the camp.
I'm so proud of these men and women, and I could only imagine what they would be capable of if they could have this program throughout the entire school year.
And I just have fallen in love with all the kids. I love all you guys. You guys are special in your own unique way.
Don't you know we can do anything we set our minds to?
We are Project Create!
To find out more about how Project Create can impact your students, please visit our website at www.persuade.com.
As you can see, the interns are phenomenal. They help write the script, they help work the cameras, they help conduct the interviews, and they help with the editing as well. This is an intern-produced piece by students with disabilities. There's no limit to what they can do. All we have to do is find a way to reach, teach, and encourage them to be greater than they have been in the past and greater than the expectations that society has placed upon them. That's what we do in Project Create, and we're proud to have it as a component of our creative work through Persuade and Opportunity Now in the XP Synergy Campus. With all that being said, I'm going to turn things back over to our team leader, Mr. Joe Lewis.
All right, thank you, Rod. That was absolutely fantastic. So we have about 10 minutes left and we can take some questions at this point. All right, so I see a question from Ms. Ann Broussard asking about where is the program held. This year in Louisiana, we did it in East Baton Rouge Parish with a great, fantastic partnership with the LRS Baton Rouge region, which was absolutely amazing to work with, and East Baton Rouge Parish Schools. We also invited students from Ascension Parish at Donaldsonville to participate. And they worked not only with students within Opportunity Now, but students that were not in Opportunity Now and adults through the internship. And then we also did it in Lafayette with St. Landry Parish Schools and Lafayette Parish Schools. We had students apply. As Rod mentioned earlier, we had hundreds of students to apply for these slots in both Texas and Louisiana, and we only selected 40. Very proud of Persuade and working with other employers to bring this opportunity for our kids, because not only did we want them to learn these skills and techniques and work on real projects for clients, but to also get paid $12 an hour, which I thought was amazing. And Bambi, I see that you got back on. Could you talk a little bit about our partnership with the same task force and the work that Rod spoke of for the surveys that are getting ready to come out?
Sure. We do have a question from our YouTube channel. How do we connect you all to see if the program is a good fit for our clients, and how does your intake process work?
Okay, which program are we speaking of?
Let's see if I know the YouTube channel is a little bit delayed.
So I will just talk a little bit. When it comes to youth services and what we do with pre-employment transition services, we work through Louisiana Rehabilitation Services, LRS, and local school districts just to see if it's a good fit. We pretty much have planning meetings. Our LRS clients on the regional level have been amazing in connecting us with schools that may be a good fit for our model, because our model is embedded. We try to provide services during the school day, and we want it to be a part. We want students to get as much benefits as possible. So they're learning, while they are in school, which helps to cut down any potential obstacles for our school partners. When it comes to Project Create, we typically provide Project Create for students who are in the Opportunity Now program. And we partner with not only Persuade, but other media entities that we have good relationships with. Because for us, it's about not only exposing our students, but developing a pipeline of potential talent. And as Rod mentioned earlier, getting our students to see beyond their current realities, and that, you know what, I can make movies, I can be in advertising and marketing. And for these employers, it gives them a really good a shot at getting a firsthand look at these students and getting them to dispel any misconceptions and stereotypes they may have about working with individuals with disabilities.
Okay, and the person who asked the question said that it was age 22, and is that it's youth services, and is that age limit hard set?
Yes. So in Texas, we work with students as young as 14, in Louisiana it's 16, and in both states it's 22. For our embedded pre-eds program, I want to add that. Outside of the age of 22, then they would transition into our adult vocational rehabilitation services.
Okay, and will your programs help young women and young men with felonies be able to get trained to get a job? I've heard most of them have a hard time getting jobs due to felony. Is it a guarantee?
There's no guarantees. It's up to each individual person. I will say this, what we can commit to doing is giving our very best. We started providing pre-employment transition services because we started seeing young people younger and younger in our felony diversion programs. And so it's because of that trend, we decided to start working with schools and see if we can try to make a connection while they are in school. But Alayna Carter and her team, they do an amazing job of helping individuals with felony backgrounds find employment, and not only find employment, maintain employment.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions, but if people have questions, they can still type those in, whether you're on Zoom or on YouTube. And I'll just share a little bit. We really thank Mr. Lewis and his team. There have been great partners, as Mr. Washington shared. They are creating videos that will help promote our annual survey that we send to state employees to be able to identify if we have, what trends we have in employment for people with disabilities within our state government. Those videos will also be available beyond that to be able to promote state as a model employer, which also promotes just employment of people with disabilities in general. And so they, as Mr. Washington said, they have volunteered all of their talents and resources to producing these videos. And it is definitely, we're so excited about that and really appreciate their partnership in doing that. And we'll be sharing more information with everyone through our Governor's Office of Disability Affairs newsletter on how all that works out, and also links to those videos. And I'm going to check one more time for questions. We have many comments of people saying what a great presentation this is. We really appreciate you guys. Weren't scheduled to be our first session, but you really set the stage of the great information that everyone will receive throughout this conference. So if I don't see any other questions, so thank you, XP Energy Company, and your presentation with Opportunity Now.
Okay. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
All right.
Thanks. And now we'll go ahead and I'm going to stop the recording now. And we will continue to stream on our YouTube channel. Anyone who is on Zoom, if you are not a presenter or a panelist, if you would please transition over to our YouTube channel to view the sessions. You can see everything that you can see from within Zoom, and you can comment on the YouTube channel as well. We are meeting capacity within this Zoom meeting, and we need to make sure that our presenters can get on into Zoom so they can provide us with the great information. Our next session is at 12:30, and I will go ahead and share the screen now with that information. Well, I thought I was. Let me get back into here. Just give me a moment. Our next presentation is Deaf and DeafBlind Accessibility. And as you can see on the screen, we have 5 exceptional panelists, and it will be great information in regards to deaf and deafblind accessibility. So again, please transition over to the YouTube channel if you can, and we'll see you all back on at 12:30. Hi, everyone. If we can have all of our panelists turn on their cameras. I'm going to stop the share on our screen. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bambi Palazola. I'm the director for the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs. And our next session is, I'm sorry, I have my YouTube channel going on in the background. I'm going to begin the recording. And just so everyone knows, we are streaming on YouTube and recording. Our session will be on deaf and deaf-blind accessibilities. And we have 4 exceptional panelists I'm so glad to have here today. Jamar Ennis will be the moderator for this session. Just want to remind everyone, we're gonna work with our YouTube channel to make sure that we are spotlighting the person who is doing the ASL interpreting. This session will be a little bit interesting, but we are going to work to make that accessible. And please let us know if there is some component that is not accessible. And so without further ado, I will turn it over to Jamar Ennis, who is our moderator. Jamar. Jamar, we can't hear you. And we don't see the mic on. Let's see if Jamar is getting on now. Hey, Jamar. We can't hear you.
He can't see your whole body. He'd like to see your whole body.
And we can't hear you, Jamar. It doesn't show you have a mic. Oh, now I think you do. No. While Jamar's working on that, I will, Jamar, you can jump in whenever. I'll go ahead and introduce the panelists. We have Natasha Aymani. She is the Helen Keller South Regional Representative in Region 6, which Region 6 is Arkansas, Louisiana, New Mexico, Oklahoma, and Texas. And she is based in Baton Rouge, so we're glad to have her here in Baton Rouge. Our second panelist is Jimmy Gore. He is an advocate, teacher, inventor, author, community leader, and super proud father of 2 brilliant deaf boys. You can read Jimmy's full bio and all of our presenters' full bio on the link that everyone receives, and we will drop that in the chat as well. We also have Amy Shamburger. She is deaf-blind and studying to be a social worker and wants to help the deaf-blind community to strive for its best. She recently became the Louisiana USH Coalition Ambassador, and she is teaching American Sign Language and an advocate for the community with deaf focus. And lastly, we have Erica Wallace. She became deaf at age 6 and was mainstreamed with assistance of an ASL interpreter. She is a graduate of the Southern University in Baton Rouge with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a master's of science in investigation. And you can see her complete bio at the link. And I think we are still waiting on Jamar.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, Jamar.
Great. I deeply apologize for the delay and my technical difficulties. And thank you, Bambi, for introducing our distinguished panel guest. So without further ado, we have this wonderful panel, and we won't have any formal presentations for the next hour. However, there are some really good questions that we received to help guide our discussion relative to deaf culture and accessibility. And since our panelists we have everyone here, what we like to do is ask each of you some various questions that our guests and our participants have wanted to present to you to better understand the needs of individuals who identify with hard of hearing, who are deaf, and who are deaf-blind. So again, thank you all for your participation, and we'll go ahead and ask with the first question. This first question goes to Dr. Jimmy Gore. I know you're not a doctor yet, but I know that you were working on your doctorate at some point in time. So I like to kind of distinguish you out as that. Here's the question. What are things that individuals from the deaf community believe is important for others to know about your experience?
So this is Jim saying you wanted me to answer that question, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I want to make sure I understand that question clearly. Would you please repeat that question for me?
Sure. What are things that you, as an individual who identifies with being deaf, that you would like the community to know what's important about your experience?
Well, yes, I would like everyone to know about the deaf community in Louisiana, that different rights as far as health insurance is concerned. I want to make all of them aware that they have rights to access in Louisiana. For example, like a good example of that is captioning. I'm sorry, excuse me, not captioning, that would be language access. For example, okay, yes, and we are talking about captioning. If I wanted to have access to captioning, I would want all to have access. It would be standardized all the time, not just for one station or one channel. It's important that we have to stand up and advocate for ourselves. And it's important that all deaf know that they have that right and that they can advocate for that right to accessible communication via television.
Thank you for that response.
And if you'd like, I can clarify the question again for you, Jamar.
Sure.
If needed.
Thank you. And at this time, I would like to ask Ms. Erica Wallace the same question. What are things that you believe, being an individual who's deaf, that you believe the community should know is important about your experience?
As stated in my bio, I became deaf at 6. And now I'm older and I still see limited accessibility all these years. And I've had to fight for accessibility to different things. For example, getting an interpreter for a doctor's appointment. I still struggle many times with different organizations. I have to request an interpreter and they say, oh yeah, well, we'll provide one. But I arrive to the appointment and no interpreter is there. That's still happening today, and it shouldn't. I have a master's degree. I have all I need to be able to do my job skillfully, but I haven't been able to find exactly what I need from each employer. Each company is different, and they need to understand that each deaf person functions differently. Even though it is deaf culture, each individual deaf person has their own specific needs.
Thank you very much, Ms. Erica Wallace, for sharing that. And certainly we want to come back to that later to discuss ways that our government, individuals who are in a position to change things, what can they do to better things? And at this time, I would like to ask the same question to Ms. Amy Shamburger. And the question again is, what are things that you believe, being an individual who identifies as being deaf and blind, that you would like the community to know what's important about your experience?
Okay, well, I grew up identifying as a deaf person, and I had different frustrations and barriers to that. Having an interpreter was an issue, having communication access at work. And I find that the issues for blindness as well is even worse, even worse barriers that I'm facing. We all know that there are different types of disabilities. You know, naturally, all of us want equal access to communication. So what I would like to share is that we can get that equality if all recognize that each person has different needs, and if they work with us, then we can be on that same level with everyone as a standard.
Thank you for sharing those thoughts and perspective.
Jamar, this is Bambi. Can I ask the panelists to please check the chat for information?
I hope that's better. I apologize. Is our distinguished panel ready to go?
Yes, I believe so. And Mr. Gore has his hand raised.
Yes, this is Jimmy Gore speaking. I would like to reply to the comment that was made in the chat regarding legal issues. I would like the legislator to know that we have to work along, we have to work together, them and us together. We need the laws to be enforced, to have good interpreters, licensed interpreters, which we don't have a license situation right now, we've been working on right now. And we want to have a strict access to excellent service, especially in the school system for our youth, because our public school system right now all across Louisiana is in a very dire situation. Frankly, it's terrible. It's really terrible. I've seen it in my own eyes, and the work that is done in the school is not up to par at all. And we need to work with legislation. The Louisiana Commission for the Deaf will be involved, will be providing support to address that issue. But the law must be followed, and that's the end of it. And also, of course, we have to spread community awareness. For example, when it comes to a restaurant, sometimes we need to contact an agency to enforce captioning to be on television in a restaurant at all time. And it shouldn't be that difficult. Just leave it on constantly. And there's no extra cost for that type of accessibility. We need to educate public places so that they make small accommodations like that. And like we've been saying, we are humans. We're not that different from anyone else. We are humans. Hearing people don't sign, we don't hear. Hearing people don't know sign language, do we call them disabled? No, we don't. So we're just the same. We speak a different language.
Thank you very much for answering that question. Of course, if there are any other questions, they'll be monitored. And for those who are can everyone hear me? Can everybody hear me a little bit better now? All right, thank you. And I apologize for the technical difficulties. Please feel free to jot down your questions in the chats, whether you're on YouTube and or Zoom, and our panelists can see them and reply to them accordingly. All right, so my next question is for Natasha. In your role on a national level as a representative for the Helen Keller National Center, as a regional representative, how can Louisiana improve access for the deaf and the deaf-blind community?
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for your question. I really have a long laundry list of improvements that can be done for specifically the deaf-blind community, because it is my role with HKNC to focus on the needs of the deaf-blind community. I personally represent 5 states, and I find it interesting that each state has some positive and has some areas for improvement. So focusing currently this month on the state of Louisiana, I can say that we are lucky that we have an SSP program, a support service provider program, which is amazing. Other states like Texas do not have this program. The SSP program definitely needs improvement, of course. It should be improved by sending out an SSP white paper, right? And by the way, SSP, we're talking about using protactile or haptic sign language. And what that involves is describing the environment surrounding the deafblind individual. For example, whenever I enter a room with Amy Shamburger, if we go together, let's say to a race, I describe what the road looks like by touching her back. If the road is straight, I indicate that with a gesture of my hand, with my hand being straight on her back. If there's a curve, I indicate that by curving my hand in the direction of the curve, and so forth. And so if Amy and I enter the room that is unfamiliar to her, I also physically describe the room on her back. I actually draw the shape of the room, indicate where the door is, which wall it is, how many people are in the room, where they're located, and so forth. It's a great mode of communication using the person's body, and it still allows me to guide her, and we can also pause where I can use sign language in the palm of her hand, but I can use physical description on her back as we are walking without needing to pause. This training is needed currently in Louisiana. It would be really nice to provide it to the SSPs. Also, we have a lot of individuals in Louisiana who currently are not employed. We have several who have degrees, but because of the negative stigma and the misunderstanding that employers have, it limits their ability to work. So this is something that we tend to change, the idea of the stigma that deafblind individuals are unemployable. Also talking about children. We've been discussing adults so far, but for children, we sorely need an Usher syndrome screening tool. And currently in Florida, there is the location where they provide the screening tool for Usher syndrome. And by observing, for example, deaf students who enter school the first day, they are screened right away. And those students are monitored every 3 years to see if there's any change to their vision, because Usher syndrome is a progressive situation where the vision goes down through the years. In Louisiana, we have the highest occurrence of Usher syndrome in the state. We are called it's called Usher syndrome K1C, and it is it's type 1C. Thank you. So we have the highest occurrence of that. And of course, Usher syndrome comes in different styles, and often is multi-generational. So the one that runs in Louisiana is called type 1C. So we sorely need a screening tool to be able to identify youth and who have Usher syndrome and provide the proper tools and services that they need and the proper accommodations. So it's good to start them at an early time. So those are 3 things that I can think about right now to answer your question, but there are much more. I will just allow another panelist to share their thoughts now.
Okay, I greatly appreciate that perspective. And Dr. Gore, I know that you've identified some barriers, things that are considered as impediments, and accessibility, at least for individuals with deaf. Would you mind discussing more about how to break those barriers, to describe anything that legislators, public servants can do to be more accommodating to the needs of individuals who are deaf?
Sure. Honestly, legislating is not easy. In the past 5-6 years, I've been attending legislation. Things are definitely getting better. And we recognize that a lot of bills are being passed. People are more open-minded now. We have Senator Hewitt, who's and Representative McKnight, who are currently working with us. And both of them have been a great assistance when it comes to legislative needs, helping us writing bills, taking the time to make the necessary modification. As far as accessibility to public places, a lot of things are not changing yet. Often it's a problem of attitude. When people see a deaf person, they have a negative reaction. And so they have a hard time providing the proper accessibility. We're talking about museums, zoos, and restaurants. It's really important to have captions there, just available. And if I go to a restaurant that has caption on the television, it makes me feel included. It makes me feel good. When I don't see captions, I feel like I'm less important. You know, it's very simple. If you go to a restaurant and your television is on, but there's no sound, how do you feel? Do you feel like you're not fully accessing the information, right? Well, it's the equivalent, and captioning is the equivalent of sound for a deaf person. It's tiresome to constantly be fighting. I've been fighting my entire life for things like that. And of course, some change happens through multiple exposure, and also changing people's attitude toward deaf people. There's still a lot of work that has to be accomplished right now. Like Natasha just mentioned, she has a long list of things that could be improved, so many things that haven't been mentioned yet. There's so much work that needs to be done still.
Great. Thank you for that perspective. And we do have another question. I'd like to ask Ms. Erica Wallace a question we have participants. The question is, what is the best way to communicate with a person who identifies as being deaf if they do not know sign language?
Okay, well, really, you have to take various steps, right? Some people use type of gestures that have been developed at home. Sometimes they can be used with pictures. Pictures accompanied with sign language. With time and practice, the person can learn. It's very important that a person learns a visual language, because if a person is deaf, you can't entirely depend on observing lips and trying to read lips. Visual language is very important. Sign language classes are available and so forth. This is Jimmy Gore speaking. I would like to add to that, if that's okay. Do you mind, Jamar?
Please.
Perfect. It's very important that if a deaf person has hearing parents, well, let me pause a moment. I have two sons who are deaf. How did they teach them English? Well, I provided picture, wrote labels on objects in the house, chairs, and this is a chair. I put labels all over the house. I didn't just say the word chair. I put the entire sentence, this is a chair. And then I signed it. I would have discussion with my children, signing and moving and communicating and pointing. So don't worry about your children learning English. We had we started with that, identifying the furniture in the house, and they picked up English very quickly, and they are doing fantastically. They're very bilingual, so it can really be acquired.
Thank you very much. Right, this next question has to do with employment. We're going to transition back and forth, but please, our panelists, if you feel compelled to provide an answer to a question, please jump right in. Whenever a panelist has answered a question, feel free to jump right in. So the next question is directed towards Ms. Amy Shamburger. What can be done to better assist deaf-blind community when seeking employment?
Okay, well, I am deaf-blind, and I'm studying to become a social worker. I'm currently in college, virtually in college. And if I want to currently find employment, there's no transition service for me. So there's no transportation, I'm sorry. So how will I travel from that job to my home? The program might be great, but it has to be done personally. If I go grocery shopping, if I go to a doctor's appointment, is excellent to have an SSP service. But when it comes to work, that service is not provided. So once I graduate from college, I don't know how I will be able to have transportation to go to work. So Louisiana needs improvement when it comes to transportation, because that greatly affects the deaf community and also other disabilities as well. I want to work. I have a strong desire to work, but there are such a pile of barriers in front of me. It's difficult, but we need to find a way.
And that's very important. Transportation is lifeline for employment, to all of the essential services. So we definitely agree with what you're saying. And at the end of this session, we'd like to invite all of our panelists who, if they're not already, participate in our GACTA initiatives. We have one for accessibility and transportation. Thank you for that perspective. I'd like to ask the same question in a way to Ms. Erica Wallace. What can be done to better assist the deaf and hard of hearing community when in regards to seeking employment?
Be more willing to give them the opportunity to express themselves. They may have their own idea of what type of work they may want. So, and they have a better idea of what they're capable of. So allow them to express themselves. Give them a chance. Jimmy is saying, you know, we have the rehabilitation services, voc rehab services that assist. So we're accepting the fact that they have that responsibility to assist them in finding work. But deaf people are taxpayers, so they should have access. And it's not easy. You have maybe for the last 20 years, we had someone having trouble getting access to transportation to work. And we're hoping that we can improve on this and in providing transportation to those who are needed to get to work. That's what we're hoping.
Jamar, we have a question in the Q&A for Amy.
Okay, great. I'm working off of 2 screens.
Do you want me to read it?
Oh, yes, please. That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. This is for Amy. Have you any issues with VRI, video relay interpreter, with DeafBlind? I know VRI is not equipment for DeafBlind. How do you deal with this when it happened to you? And this for Amy. For Amy.
Okay. I recently had an experience with VRI. I brought my daughter to the doctor, and they use VRI, but we usually tend to require a person on site, interpreter on site but we know we have to work with VRI because of the situation we're in now. The screen was very fuzzy. It froze up a lot. And for the deaf-blind community, it's best to have an on-site interpreter, someone in person. We really need that. There's a variety of visual cues that we miss because of the limited vision.
We're just trying to interrupt him just a moment. So if you can please, yeah, it's important to honor the needs of the deafblind individual. Excuse me, this is the interpreter speaking. The other interpreter's internet connection froze. Is it okay to ask Amy to repeat the last part of her answer? Amy. Okay, this is Amy Shammer speaking. Okay, so I'll go back to my experience at the doctor's office. They brought a video relay interpreter. It was very difficult to understand, and I really didn't feel like it didn't feel like a normal doctor's appointment like it should have been. So I recommend to businesses and organizations who provide interpreting services, it's so much better to provide what we call an on-site interpreter, person in the flesh, especially for the deafblind community. You know, vision loss varies. I can see some, but my vision is limited. I experience what is called tunnel vision. So I have to have the interpreter a certain distance and so forth. And in some situation, when it's dark, I might need someone to actually physically interpret in my hands. Needs of deafblind and visual vary so much that they should be adapted, they should be individualized, and VRI, video remote interpreting, is just not a good choice.
Jamora, I see Natasha has her hand raised.
Okay.
Yes, this is Natasha speaking. I would like to add to Amy's comment as well, because it was a wonderful question that was asked in the chat. What we have currently is deaf people who are aging, an aging population, their vision is changing. My father has macular degeneration. And so what's happening is that his vision is becoming blurry in the middle. So when someone brings an interpreter on an iPad or VRI, he's not able to see it. But he's still able to function, he's able to do things because he has some kind of vision. So we can't assume that he can see everything. For him, it's better to have an interpreter who's in person. You know, it's better to have 3D with the ability to touch than a 2D interpreter on the screen. The deafblind community is so varied. Most people think that deafblind means somebody who's entirely deaf and entirely blind, have no sight and no hearing. But just like Amy mentioned, it's a fantastic example. Some people have low vision, but they're still able to see some. Just like my father, he can see, but one of his eye, the vision is blurry, kind of in the middle. Now, Amy is the opposite. She has Usher syndrome. That means that her field of vision is lessened, and at night she might be entirely blind. So if she's going in a room, for example, for an X-ray where the room is dark, she will not be able to see the interpreter specifically on a screen. So she needs to have someone who's there in person. And so again, I want to emphasize that the needs of the deaf community vary. It's important to keep that in mind.
Thank you everyone who contributed to that question. Appreciate it. Next question goes to anyone on the panel. Describe some of the accessible technology used by the deaf and or deafblind that you personally have.
This is somebody's going to go. This is Amy speaking. I have closed caption my television, actually on my laptop that I'm using, and also have a reader that enlarges the print. I slide a book underneath it, and I can read it on a large print on a screen. What else do I have? What else do I use? I also have a small device that uses captioning, kind of like a television, but it's small. So I use that when traveling. It's really useful when traveling. The words come up, and I can just read on the screen. I'm trying to think. Yeah, that's about it. That's what I use now. Yeah, for people with vision loss, we definitely have more equipment, but we need more. We need more technology. This is Jimmy Gore speaking. For me, the technology that I use, I would say some of it is good, some of it not so much and needs improvement. Some people, for example, detest VRI, video remote interpreting. I don't hate it. To me, I think that it has some uses. and it can be useful. It has to be worked on, but it needs to be improved. The screen is too small. Sometimes it's blurry. We need to have a sharp image, a large screen, a clear glass where the hands are clearly visible. In a doctor's office, for example, sometimes they have, if I go to a doctor's office for something minor, then I don't mind. I don't mind using a video remote interpreting. But if I go for an emergency, no, thank you. Don't bring me a VRI. Or if a person has Usher syndrome, just like Amy explained, it's not a good fit for that person. The Governor's Office of Disability can help us by spreading awareness on these topics. Let people know, share the information, and that will assist us. If we, maybe we can have a contact person at GODA that we can contact and file a complaint with, and you all could represent us. That would be fantastic. But yeah, definitely we have some improvement that are needed. I've seen some elderly deaf people who have never seen text messages, have never seen any kind of technology, and for them it's all new. The world is changing greatly. Technology sometimes can be good, sometimes still needs improvement.
Great, thank you. Erica, did you have any technologies that you maybe use that you want to share with our participants, good or bad, that you want to discuss?
Just like Jimmy was saying, BRI is not the best. We do use video phones for relay interpreting, which isn't bad. It's actually perfect for me. And a lot of people use that to communicate over the phone with hearing persons. The TTY, most older people use those types of phones, but the more equipment like LCD, the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf and Lighthouse for the Blind, they can provide more information about technology. And Jim Gore says, for example, this is my cell phone. I'm sure you all have one. If I go to the bank and I'm trying to communicate and I call or want to call, I can't use a phone in the bank to communicate with them. If I communicate and I can use sign language, if I'm in the same room with the person I'm trying to call, it's against the law. The FCC doesn't allow it. So I would have to go outside or go to a different room in order to communicate with the person that's right across the counter from me. That's a joke. So that's something on the federal level that needs to change. And I just really have some frustrations with that. Erica's saying some places do allow you to call and they'll use DTTY, but I'm like, it's 2021. I shouldn't have to use TTY to get in touch with certain companies. So that's something that needs to be revised or gotten rid of altogether. Jimmy says that some people who are deaf and hard of hearing still do use text telephones to communicate, so it's kind of an issue there.
Natasha, I saw that you had your hand raised. Would you like an opportunity to share your thoughts on this?
Yeah, Amy, I'll let Amy go ahead, and after that, if I have anything to add, I will. Yeah, I just thought, Amy is saying, I just thought of something, communicating with the hearing for someone who is deafblind. Like, for example, someone who is visually impaired or who is blind has access to hearing. They're able to use GPS to determine directions, how to get from one place to another. And for deaf-blind, technology needs to improve. independent living skills for deafblind is limited. Those who are hearing have more options. And this is Natasha speaking. Just to add to what Amy is saying, there's something called APS, automated pedestrian signal, and it connects with the traffic lights. So for example, if a blind person has a pager on them, when they press the signal in order to get the walk signal to cross the street, the actual pager will vibrate. But for a deaf-blind, someone who's completely deaf-blind, of course, they have to have a support service provider to, walk with them across the street. But that's just one technological advancement that we have. Another is oh, she's freezing up. One moment. Okay, Natasha's saying, can you see me? Yes. I'm sorry again. I was talking more about technology, and you see how it goes sometimes with technology. But there's also a program called ICC, I Can Connect, for those who are deafblind, and it's free. You have to qualify, of course, send off an application, but that's where you can receive a free phone, free laptop. Someone comes to assess what your needs are, and what they actually bring equipment out to see what you may prefer to use. If you prefer a CCTV for or other technology, different types of technology or equipment that is provided through that program, the I Can Connect program. So it's really an awesome program where they can get these this technology assistance for free. Jimmy, please.
We need to recommend to legislation, LCD or whoever, to invest some money to provide support to the large deaf population who is not able to purchase that kind of technology. Provide it simply at no cost to them. That would be fantastic. If every deaf person now could have, I mean, Natasha, does everyone have it or not yet? What would you say? This is Natasha speaking. For the ICC, the program is under ABL currently, and I think that we only have one trainer right now. We do need more training, but the good thing is perhaps Amy would like to become a trainer, so we could finally have a deaf-blind person who could become who could be a trainer. That would be great. In the state of Texas, they have ICC, but it looks like there are not a lot of deaf-blind trainers. So this is something that we can encourage. Deaf-blind individuals themselves could work on become ACC trainer. This is Jimmy Gore speaking. So ABL has one trainer. How is it financed? It's Natasha speaking. It is done through a company called Perkins, I believe. And it is a federal program. Yes, it is a federal program. And what they do, different states have the program, and ADL right now has been assigned in Louisiana to handle the program. It's very nice. It's very nice. But I think it would be nice to have more trainer. Have only one in Lafayette, and they have to travel all the way to Shreveport, So it would be really nice if there was one in the Shreveport region and one perhaps in the New Orleans region. It would be spread out geographically. I think that would be a great assistance.
And this is Bambi. We have a question from YouTube. And I think it's in regards for the Commission for the Deaf, but I may be wrong. Many nonverbal individuals have difficulty accessing these resources. Will they qualify although they are not deaf, hard of hearing, or blind, or deafblind?
This is Natasha speaking. Well, let me share something. The Helen Keller National Center has a program. We have a DeafBlind immersion program, experience, I'm sorry. And that program is for deaf-blind individual and with other disability. And we have some trainers too. And some people with vision or hearing loss, people with autism, people with other disabilities can also qualify to attend the training. Most of them might not be able, might not have what we call formal communication. So we use behavior to demonstrate the training. That needs to be changed. What you can do is go. What happens is you go to HNKC in New York. I'm sorry, HKNC in New York, and the family goes together to learn various techniques. And the entire family is taught formal communication techniques, get a medical schedule, and there's all sorts of educational support that happens there. And what it does is it helps improve communication and behavior and allows the person to become more independent. So that's one thing that I can think of. It's one of the programs that we have at the Helen Keller National Center. This is Jimmy Gore speaking. I'd like to ask a question. So if a person hears well, you're talking about someone who can hear well but unable to verbally communicate. That's different from our culture. Does the Department of Health perhaps can attend to that? If a person can hear without any problem, they have no hearing loss whatsoever, it doesn't seem like it would be the same needs and the same programs. Can the Department of Health help with that, though? Whose responsibility would be to assist that kind of individual?
Is an interesting question.
So Jimmy, I don't know who you were asking that question to, but for those individuals that you described, first off, if they're children or they're in, an education setting, then they should be able to get the supports and services that they need. And also they should be able to get those supports and services and therapies through their health plan. So that's not a comprehensive answer, but those are two options for people who can hear and can see, but can't communicate.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps sign language could assist them too. Could be allow them to express themselves instead of verbally. It could be visually. Young children could be taught sign language and allow them to make more connection. I believe that sign language is human. It is innate. Everyone has it in them. Whenever we find the human body cannot do one thing, it finds another way. Sign language doesn't necessarily have to be connected with deafness. It is part of our humanity. And whenever there's one barrier, humans find a way to overcome that barrier. So sign language could be a gift for those people who can hear well but are not able to communicate verbally.
Thank you, everyone, for answering questions. And are there any other questions in the chat? YouTube link?
Jamar, we have some questions from Tony, and I think just to kind of boil it down in a simplicity is that many of us that are listening in today or tuned in today do not have experience with deaf or deaf blindness, either personally or as a family member or professionally. What can we do as supporters, as allies to the deaf and deaf-blind community to help those citizens who are deaf and deaf-blind to be able to live a fuller life and have access to what they need to live that full life? And that's for any of the panelists.
Great question.
See, Amy?
Sure. I'm thinking that state government, one thing that is important to be done is education and spreading awareness. When our culture is understood, when there are resources, when there's better understanding of the deaf community, that communication is possible. So many things that need to be known. We just need to provide accessibility, provide, for example, workshops, training, sensitivity training. What else? To be aware of the resources out there, perhaps list the resources on your website, how to connect with the deaf and deafblind communities, have a Q&A perhaps, different ways of helping individuals, yeah. This is Jimmy Gore speaking. Oh, this is Jimmy Gore speaking. When it comes to accessibility, really, education is the key. Education, learning about deaf people, patience, of course. Deaf people have to be patient, hearing people have to be patient, learning the process together. We have a long way to go. And I think it will never be over. We'll never be 100% successful. But the point is we're continuing improving, and that's what we can celebrate. The job is never over, right? As long as we're alive, we're never done. But we have to be positive. We have to continue educate. We have to continue pushing for improvement. Educate, 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 I think is the key word.
I think the last and final question, are there any more questions from the chat? Last question was, for any of the panelists, please identify any groups, organizations, or programs that will assist the community in their pursuit of education, understanding the deaf, hard of hearing, and or blind deaf individuals who identify. So it could be any state, national coalition, or any group that's designed to educate the public.
This is Amy speaking. Deaf Focus has been a great advocate in providing awareness to about deaf and deafblind community. The Louisiana Usher Syndrome Coalition is brand new. We are still in the process of, of learning and working through the kinks, but it's great to connect online. LAD, the Louisiana Association for the Deaf, is here. The Louisiana Association for the Deaf. I don't want to spell it out. Helen Keller National Center is another one. Any more? Does anyone have anyone? This is Jimmy. The New Orleans GODA, GODA in New Orleans. There are different organizations, small organization association that work with different levels of the government where people can attend meeting and spread awareness. I have been the president of the Louisiana Association for the Deaf. Louisiana Association for the Deaf has a rich history. It was established, I believe, in 1901, and there was a deaf board, deaf members since the 40s. It's a very rich history, and they were fighters, amazing fighters. The things that they've done, they've accomplished, you can read about that, what they've done for the children, for the employment. They were a strong organization at the time. Things have changed throughout the years, but my hope is to go back to that power, to that force that they were to be reckoned with at the time. I want to, as an organization, my goal is to improve our website. We are connecting with deafblind individuals, and we're finding out that our website is now well accessible visually, so we want to make improvement there. We want to educate people to include more members of our deaf community to work together. Oh, and also, Deaf Focus as an organization is a good resources. This is Amy speaking. Yes, those organizations, LAD is a great resource to help the deaf and deafblind community.
Natasha has her hand raised. Natasha, whenever you're ready.
Yes, this is Natasha speaking. Right now, we have free courses on the Helen Keller National Center, free courses that are, typically you have to pay for them, but there's so much information that is free right now. Haptics is happening right now. And let me tell you, it is fun. It is an 8-hour course, but I recommend to have someone with you while you learn. Sit with someone in a row. Most of the courses are only information. You can actually get a degree. It's not accredited. It's only a training. But if you're interested in perhaps having a conference, to have one of our staff coming present to give you more in-depth training, we're happy to do that too. Jimmy Gore saying, yes, this is very good, very good.
Amy has another comment.
This is Amy speaking. Yes, I'd like to add, if I can, I want to make sure the interpreter is ready. Yes, I want to add to what Natasha mentioned in Louisiana DeafBlind Coalition in the haptics training. We don't have a lot of SSP, support service providers. So some SSPs like to use that in other states, but here we need more pro-tactile and haptic training. It would be a great assistance to deafblind individual to have more of a feeling of awareness for the environment, know what's around them. For example, if a person was entirely deafblind with no vision, no sound accessibility, it helps to know who's in the room, what kind of objects are in the room. And haptics training make it so much simpler, provide great assistance. The table can be located on the drawing of the room on the person's back, the chairs, the locations of people. And I would like more people to have this type of training so that they can have more conversation with the deafblind community. That would be great. This is Jimmy Gore speaking. Before we close, Natasha, would you please send me the link to that? I'd appreciate it.
Well, thank you to everyone. Thank you, Jamar. You did a great job moderating this panel. It's very informative. We certainly appreciate Amy, Erica, Jimmy, Natasha, all of you for the great information that you provided. We will go ahead and end the session now. I'll stop the recording. Okay. So just want to remind everyone, and we'll put some comments in the chat. Our next session starts at 2 o'clock. It is with the Louisiana Department of Health. If you are in Zoom and you can transition to YouTube to watch the webinar, we'd appreciate you doing that because we have limited capacity within Zoom. We'll put that information in there. And we will see you all at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Hi, I think we have all the presenters for our next panel on. If y'all want to test your mic and your camera, you're welcome to do so. We'll start at 2 o'clock.
Okay. This is Jana. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Hi, this is Julie. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and see you, Julie.
Okay, just a quick question. I know we should mute when not talking, but do you want our videos on or off when we're not presenting?
So since you guys have a PowerPoint, you can turn off your camera because what will be seen on YouTube, there's only one person that can be seen at YouTube when a screen is being shared, and that will be our interpreter. So
okay, great.
The people within Zoom can see you if you have your camera on. So you probably just want to keep your camera on when you're presenting your section, and you can turn it off when someone else is speaking.
Okay, thank you.
Hey everyone, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes. Hi, Dr. Jefferson. We will start at 2 o'clock in about 3 minutes. Thank you, guys.
Maybe I think we have someone presenting from OAAS as well. I know they're not on here, but I think we had an OAAS participant as well.
Do you know the person's name? Because I could find them. So give me it's Sherlin. Okay, I will let Sherlin or Dr. Lopez.
Or Elizabeth Adkins. I'm not sure who's presenting.
Dr. Lopez, I'll let you in. And then is Elizabeth on as well?
And I will make a sound check to see if you can hear me.
I can hear you, yes.
Yeah.
Dr. Lopez, do I need to let someone else from your office in as a panelist as well, or just you?
No, just me.
Okay.
No.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs conference, and this is our third session of the conference, which is being presented by our Louisiana Department of Health. And I am going to start our recording. Okay. Hi, everyone. This is the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs Conference. The presentation will be by the Louisiana Department of Health, and it will be updates and coronavirus 2021. Our presenters for this session, which if you should have all received information in regards to the link to everyone's bio, which you could read. So I will not spend time reading everyone's bio, but I will let you know who will be on this presentation. We have Julie Foster Hagan, who is the Assistant Secretary for the Office for Citizens with Developmental Disabilities, and she has been in that role since July of 2018. We also have Dr. Ashley Jefferson, who is currently the Senior Advisor to the Assistant Secretary. She is formerly known, which was formerly known as the Chief of Staff, and that is for the Office of Behavioral Health within the Department of Health. And we have Jana Broussard will be filling in for Amy Zapata, and Jana is the acting director for the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf, which is in the Bureau of Family Health within our Office of Public Health. I know that's a lot of meandering to go through, but I know Jana will provide a lot of good information. And we also have Dr. Fernando Lopez, which he is the Assistant Secretary for the Office of Aging and Adult Services within the Department of Health. And I think that is everyone, and we're so glad to have this esteemed group with us. And we'll go ahead, I'll turn it over to you guys for your presentation. Thank you.
Hi, this is Jana speaking. Can you move to the next slide, please? So hello, Bam, and thank you, Bambi, for that great introduction. She said, my name is Jana Broussard, and I am here presenting on behalf of the Office of Public Health, Bureau of Family Health Director Amy Zapata. I am the current interim director for the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf, which is located within the Office of Public Health. So like Bambi said, it's a lot to try to navigate through, but hopefully this little presentation will clarify this for you a bit. So the Office of Public Health's mission is to protect and promote the health and wellness of individuals and communities within Louisiana. And we accomplish this through education, promotion of healthy lifestyles, preventing disease and injury, enforcing regulations that protect the environment, sharing vital information, and assuring preventative service to uninsured and undeserved individuals and families. So within the Office of Public Health is the Bureau of Family Health, and there are two very relevant programs that are housed there. One is the Programs and Services for Children and Youth with Special Healthcare Needs, and the excuse me, and the other is the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf, which we will talk a little bit more about. You can go to the next slide, please. So programs for children's special health services, they have specialty clinics in the parish health units in different regions around the state. And there are also supportive services for children and youth with special health care needs and their families that are within that program. There's also the Genetic Diseases Program, which are health services to families who have or are at risk for genetic diseases. In addition is the Louisiana Birth Defects Monitoring Network, the Newborn Screening Program, the Early Hearing Detection Intervention Program, and the Louisiana Sickle Cell Commission. And those are all under the larger umbrella of children and youth services that have special health care needs. There is the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf, and Louisiana Commission for the Deaf provides 4 main programs and services. The first one is the telecommunications program, and that program provides amplified equipment and alert systems at no cost for those who may be deaf, deafblind, or hard of hearing. We also have the hearing aid program, and that program provides hearing aids to eligible Louisiana seniors. There is an income qualification requirement for that program as well. We also provide interpreting, it's not services, but we have an interpreting program where we oversee and support communication access to state and local agencies, businesses, et cetera, in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act. So just to clarify, for example, we can be a resource to you or your organization on how to schedule an interpreter, what the process may look like, what a deafblind or hard of hearing individual's rights may be under the Americans with Disabilities Act for communication access. However, we do not provide direct interpreting services out of our program, but we absolutely can be a resource to you and help you figure out where those agencies are and how to establish those accommodations if necessary. And our fourth program is our support service provider program. Now, this is a direct service program, and we provide regional service centers. We have regional service centers throughout the state who do these direct services actually, but this program is specific for visual and auditory information support for individuals who are both deaf and blind. That would include those who have some vision, who have some hearing. They don't have to be completely deaf and completely blind to receive these services. But there is a visual and a hearing requirement to receive services through this program. And this program empowers those individuals, deafblind individuals, to fully participate in their communities. There are one-on-one service providers who are trained to work with these individuals and provide that auditory and visual access for them so that they can live more independent lives. If you can go to the next slide, please. So these are some of the COVID specific changes and modifications within each program. Obviously, when COVID hit back in early 2020, many modifications had to be made to the programs and services that we provide. And some of these include, you can see right here on the screen, for children and youth with special health care needs, there was a shift to telehealth within those clinics. And some specialties were still offering in-person clinics, well, since July, and there is a little bit of an update on that coming on the next slide. There was also an administrative shift with parent liaisons and families helping families to ensure that the needs were being met of the community. And then also there's a family resource center transition from on-site to being a statewide virtual resource hub. And that is available now via phone or email, which is actually listed right here on this slide. So some of the changes within the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf were mainly regarding facilitation of communication access of all of the ever-changing COVID information. So if you remember the daily governor press conferences, at the local level, the constant parish updates, those types of things, we needed to ensure that all of this information was accessible to the deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing community. You probably all are very familiar with the interpreters now that you see next to the governor and other public leaders, ensuring that information is accessible. So we've worked really hard to support that process. And in addition, just providing support for other state and local organizations. Again, going back to how to secure accommodations, what does this look like in light of telehealth rules, how to ensure accommodations are being met at testing and vaccination sites or other related needs. In addition, we did add a COVID-19 link on our website, which can be found right at the top. And that information was mainly for research as a resource. We provided video remote interpreting guidance, again, going back to, what are the rules around telehealth and accommodations and how to make sure an interpreter is in on a Zoom meeting, those types of things. In addition, we did create a communication card, which you can see right here on this slide. And that communication card was in collaboration with Department of Health for deaf ASL users mainly to be able to use when they were going in for their COVID testing, and that can be found on our website. And we also provided links to national and local information that was available in American Sign Language. So, for example, the CDC actually has an entire YouTube channel full of relevant COVID-related information that has that information in American Sign Language. So rather than reinventing the wheel, we've linked a bunch of those resources on our website. And if you could, thank you very much. So this is just a little bit more information about the programs, which I was mentioning earlier. I'm actually going to pull it up on my screen so I can see it a little bit better because that one's tiny. One second. So the three programs for children and youth with special health care needs. The first one is their clinical services. So CSHS, which is the Children's Special Health Care Services. Their direct care clinics do provide services in all regions except for 1 and 7 regions, meaning the Louisiana Department of Health regions that you hear talked about most often with this COVID-related information. And those are direct care clinics that are there to meet specialty care needs and provider shortage areas. Those clinical services include genetics, single cell, and subspecialty clinics. And they transitioned to mostly telehealth appointments at the beginning of COVID-19. But like I said earlier, most regions have resumed in-person visits as of like yesterday. However, the decisions regarding in-person visits are being made at the regional level. So for additional online information about those services, please go visit the Louisiana Department of Health website, which is right here on this slide for more information. Second on the list is the resource and referral services. So the Bureau of Family Health Family Resource Center, or FRC, now functions as a statewide virtual center to ensure children and youth with special healthcare needs, their families, and healthcare providers have access to resource and referral services during the pandemic and beyond. So the Family Resource Center offers community referrals, COVID-19 resources, health and education transition supports, and system navigation services for families and healthcare providers. So during the summer of 2021, so just recently, the Family Resource Center staff has piloted an outreach to families that were identified through the Louisiana Birth Defects Monitoring Network and are offering / providing needed resource and referral services to those individuals. So the Family Resource Center, the staff is available to serve families and providers statewide now by telephone. And there is well, I'll go ahead and read it to you. The number is 504-896-1340, or there is an email, which is bfh-familyresourcecenter@la.gov, and you can reach them anytime between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. Central Time, Monday through Friday. And the next on the list is the Children's Special Healthcare Services Transportation Program. And this transportation assistant program provides needed transportation assistance for eligible families of children and youth with special healthcare needs in order for them to attend medical appointments or procedures. Families must seek transportation assistance first through their MCO before requesting assistance through Children's Special Healthcare Services. So if you're interested in any of those services, please contact the Family Resource Center or your local Families Helping Families Center for more information. You can go to the next slide. So some of the program updates for the Commission for the Deaf. I see I'm almost running out of time, so I'm going to make this short and sweet. There are 3 main initiatives that are happening within the Commission for the Deaf. The first one is that Louisiana Commission for the Deaf has released a request for information just recently. It's been posted on the LCD website and the Louisiana Department of Health website. And what this is we are searching for information related to providers or organizations statewide, preferably. We're looking for one contractor who could potentially come in and do an assessment at the Louisiana State Capitol and look at their technology needs, their accommodations, policies and procedures for requesting an interpreter, for example, that can come and just do an innovative, research and provide some innovative solutions to the legislator to ensure accommodations for legislative session. Our main focus at this point is the technology upgrades that need to happen within the Capitol to provide things such as like closed and or open captioning. So if you have any questions about that or want more information, please go to the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf website and you can see, you can read the full request for information there. Next on the list is that Louisiana Commission for the Deaf has contracted with an organization to provide medical best practices for communication with those who are deaf, deafblind, or hard of hearing. So during the House Committee Resolution, HCR 80, of the 2019 regular legislative session, there was a study committee that addressed communication needs, patient-centered communication needs in the medical settings. And one of the recommendations, number 2 specifically, that came out of that study committee was that Louisiana Department of Health needed to partner with the commission to provide some best practices and guidelines for medical providers. And so we have contracted with an organization, and we're going through the contract process right now to get it approved. But we'll be moving forward with that very shortly and hope by this time next year, if not sooner, that we will have a very formal best practices guidelines for communicating with those who have specific communication needs in healthcare settings. So to include nursing homes, hospitals, et cetera. And the next one on the list is our support service provider program, which I just mentioned, which is our program for deafblind individuals, is moving to an RFP or request for proposal. So that program is now going into competitive bid, and we are going to be collecting, we are requesting proposals for organizations who potentially can provide the needed services for the community, for deafblind individuals. So they will also be responsible for the training of the one-on-one providers who do work with these individuals, coordinating the provision of high quality services through the program, and being and informing the continued development and improvement of the program in collaboration with the Commission for the Deaf. So that RFP should be published. We're waiting on final approval, and we hope for it to be published any day now. Again, please feel free to reach out to the commission if you have any questions regarding that. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. And just as a little bit of a summarized version, some of the priorities for the Office of Public Health, a lot of these priorities are found within the Bureau of Family Health, primarily just because of the programs and services that are offered there. So going back to the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf, we do have a new mission, vision, and values that was just voted on by the commission. And we did community surveys and focus groups to collect data and research on helping inform our strategic plan over the next 3 years. And so that is our main focus, is to launch that strategic plan. And that is also going to include modernizing our laws and rules, which were written back in 1980. And a lot of things have changed since then. In addition is just the continuing work surrounding the modernization of our current programs and services, and also a shift into not only providing programs and services, but a desire to become more of a resource center and kind of a hub, so to speak, for organizations to help systems do the right thing. And so what we've noticed in our work is that oftentimes people want to do the right thing, they just don't know what that right thing is, and they don't necessarily know how to achieve it. And so we have made it a priority to shift some of our focus on informing, supporting, and educating systems on how to ensure that the services provided for deaf, deafblind, and hard of hearing are being met. And we just wanted to say many thanks to our past and current legislative champions that have been working tirelessly to see these initiatives move and have strong language to be able to ensure that they are successful. In addition, BFH and OPH's priorities include bringing Louisiana's newborn screening system current with national recommendations, also bringing Louisiana's birthing facilities current using national recommendations. And I'm probably speaking way too fast for the interpreter. I apologize. I should know better. Also advancing important priorities for the children's health in Louisiana Department of Health's business plan. And that includes developmental of screening best practices, and also the families helping families focus on the children and youth with special healthcare needs. They're also committed to continuing to champion work related to adverse childhood experiences, which includes trauma-informed systems and resiliency. And then lastly, the State Health Assessment for Public Health Accreditation. So as I stated at the very beginning, I am presenting for the Bureau of Family Health Director, Amy Zapata, so I don't have a whole lot of information on some of those last ones, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. I'm not sure if we're holding them till the very end, but if you do go to the next slide is our contact information. So we have Amy Zapata, which is the Director of the Bureau of Family Health, and there it is. And so that's her email. And then Patty, I can never say her last name, Barovecchio, I think, forgive me, Patty. And she is the statewide RN consultant for the Bureau of Family Health. And so she's overseeing that children and youth with special healthcare needs. That's who you would need to contact. And then here is my information with the Louisiana Commission for the Deaf. So feel free to let us know if you have any follow-up questions or need additional information. We'd be happy to share. I do believe, okay, Office of Behavioral Health is next.
Good afternoon, everyone. As the team mentioned earlier, my name is Dr. Ashley Jefferson, and I am going to be presenting on behalf of the Office of Behavioral Health. So what the Office of Behavioral Health does is it manages and delivers the services and the supports that are necessary to improve the quality of life for citizens with mental illness and or addictive disorders. We are a part, of course, of the LDH team, and so the LDH mission is also our mission. We do have our very own specific mission, but for purposes of this presentation, I just want to kind of focus on the LDH mission, which is to promote the health of all of Louisiana citizens. We also act as monitors and subject matter consultants for several of the programs, but specifically the Children's Coordinated System of Care Program, which is also known as CSOC, and the Medicaid Health of Louisiana Managed Care Plans, or MCOs, that manage the behavioral health services. We do have a component of our agency that delivers direct care through hospitalization, and they have oversight over behavioral health community-based treatment programs through the Human Services Districts and Authorities, also known as the LGE. Next slide, please. All right, so our services design is, I've set it up to show that it is kind of go by populations, but for lack of a better phrase, we pretty much have something for everyone, right? Yeah, can you all hear me? It's saying that my line is muted.
We can hear you now.
All right, thanks. So we have programming and services and can offer consultation to individuals and families that includes children, adolescents, and adults. We have programming surrounding gambling, substance use such as tobacco, opioids, but we have a lot of very specific things in these 3 areas in terms of prevention, wellness, and treatment. We also have some targeted grants toward pregnant women and women with dependent children. And as I noted earlier, we have services for individuals who need forensic related care. Next slide, please. So wanted to highlight some of what we know and what we're doing at OPH. We are definitely acknowledging and identifying and addressing issues in terms of health equity. We understand that that is a major area where we need to be focused on, and we are following the lead of our leadership at LDH and making sure that health equities, disparities, all of those things are acknowledged and addressed, and we're continually and actively working towards decreasing those things. We do know that many people with mental illness, whether it's diagnosed or undiagnosed, face difficulties in daily living, and so that's a priority for us also. We understand that individuals with serious mental illness or SMI are likely to have other difficulties that someone without these conditions may or may not have. And so we're very aware of that. And we know that the research says that the services are often underutilized by specific populations, and the population where behavioral health issues exist is not exempt from that either. Next slide, please. So just to go over a couple of things, I've listed out some of these things about our program and initiatives, and I've talked about it before. But the things that are highlighted in blue are of particular importance, I think, too, for some of our updates. So our emergency preparedness and disaster response is very important because currently the Office of Behavioral Health has 2 programs that are ongoing that have been due to the pandemic and weather-related initiatives. And I'll talk more about that later. In terms of adolescents and adults, our employment initiatives are really, we're really proud of those. So we have worked very closely with GODA and the Louisiana Rehabilitation Services under the Louisiana Workforce Commission. We've also worked closely with the Office of Disability Employment Policy and GODA and LRS to make sure that we are increasing and enhancing our collaboration and our efforts to make sure that we bring employment to the state of Louisiana, but that is also inclusive of the behavioral health population. So something specific that the Office of Behavioral Health is doing is that we are actively engaging in planning and researching and ways to implement evidence-based practices as they pertain to employment. So one of the ones that we are actively looking at and actively being trained on is the IPS model, which is a supported employment model that is specifically for individuals who have behavioral health needs. And as information becomes available and we progress in that area, I will continue to report out on that to GACTA and GODA. OBH is also currently hiring a supported employment specialist. We're in that process. So to support these employment initiatives, we're actually currently in the process of interviewing and selecting someone who would be a great fit for that position so that we can have our support and employment work continue. The other thing that I was just wanting to mention briefly is our crisis system of care initiatives. We have a lot of those initiatives actually going on, and there will be much more in the future, but just wanting people to know that these are things that are actually happening, and we will continue to report out on those as they come. Next slide, please. All right, so these are our Medicaid covered services, and these are the specialized behavioral health services. As you can see, there are a good bit, but I wanted to make sure that people had this information available to them. And then there's a bullet at the bottom that says peer support services coming soon. Actually, this year, a couple of months ago, we actually have the peer support services being reimbursed through Medicaid. So there's a lot of information about that, and you can find out about that on our website, or feel free to reach out to me. I won't go through all of these for the sake of time. So next slide, please. All right, so I was saying a little bit earlier about our COVID and weather event related responses, and how I'll come back and talk a little bit more about some of those things. So our telehealth allowances that and the specialized behavioral health flexibilities that came into play when the pandemic began are actually still ongoing. There are a couple that there were a few changes to, but for the most part, these things are still occurring. I also want to be very clear and say that in the state of Louisiana, we already have some telehealth allowances that are in law. So even post-pandemic, this telehealth service is going to be here. It just may not be, there may not be certain things that you can do now due to COVID. So we have some COVID-specific grants. The crisis counseling program is one that I really want to talk about. We have a lot of COVID work going on, but in terms of our crisis counseling program, the Louisiana Spirit Crisis Counseling Program is a disaster recovery program that operates only if the state is eligible for individual assistance after a presidentially declared disaster. As you know, we've had several of those in the past year, 18 months. And in Louisiana, this is very important about the crisis counseling program, because this program actually works whenever we have any type of disaster. And so when we have the hurricanes and the flooding, this program gets up and running, and they actually go out and provide services to the community and to the citizens. So as I said, we have two actually going right now. We have the COVID-19 crisis counseling program, and those services are available statewide and in partnership with LGEs, or Human Services Districts. And we have the Hurricane Laura crisis counseling program, and those services are offered at the state level in specific regions, but those regions that were hardest most affected by the Hurricane Laura weather event. And those are regions 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Next slide, please. All right, so you just saw a picture on the last slide, but I also have a slide that talks about a lot of the immediate resources that we have in terms of behavioral health. This can be found on our website too, or I can send it to you. You can reach out to me directly or to whomever, and I can get it to you. But wanted to highlight that we actually stood up the Keep Calm line at the beginning of COVID, and it is still ongoing. It was formerly the Keeping Calm Through COVID line, but now it is just the Keep Calm line. It's been renamed because it is a line that is open for everyone. It is free, confidential, and staffed by professionals. The Behavioral Recovery Outreach Line is also a warm line that came out of the pandemic. But what we are doing is we're seeing that these lines are really assisting and helping people. And so we want to make sure that we're putting this information out there and keeping it up. Next slide, please. All right, so for more information, here's just a resource page, but I just wanted to let everyone know, feel free to look at these websites, and if you can't remember them or remember these links, feel free to reach out to me and I'll get that information to you. Next slide. All right, and so like I said, feel free to reach out to me. that my name is Ashley Jefferson, but our OBH Assistant Secretary, Miss Karen Stubbs Church, she's out right now currently, but feel free to reach out to her if you need anything as well. So thanks, and I'll let the next person go.
Good afternoon. This is Dr. Lopez Evangelio from the Office of Aging and Adult Services. I'm the Assistant Secretary. I'm going to share with you some of the highlights of our functions and our accomplishments recently. And for the sake of time, I will not be going over every single detail on these slides, as I'm sure that there will be some method for you to access these. Now, what we do at OAAS is provide programmatic leadership and oversight for older adults and persons with adult onset disability. These programs include home and community-based waivers, state plan long-term personal care services, and PACE Center. Additionally, medical eligibility determinations for individuals requesting nursing facility admissions. The Villa Feliciana Medical Complex is also under our purview. Nursing facility transition services and other programs like adult protective services and the very successful permanent supportive housing program. We can take the next slide then now, please. The OAS Community Choices Waiver offers a variety of community-based services like in-home personal care attendance services, adult day health care, home modifications, assisted devices, MIHC, and permanent supported housings. And some of these we might be able to get into a little bit more detail as we continue on with our slides. And I'll be asking for the next one. Thank you, please. Thank you. Now, OAS has worked intensely and extensively to reduce the notorious wait list for our community choices waivers. We are proud that as of June 30 of this year, our wait list, which are the individuals on the registry or not receiving other HCBS services, has been reduced by half, basically down to 5,853. On the table, you can see the enrollment latest figures as of June 30, 2021. 5,000 almost for community choice waivers, ADHC waivers at 449, PACE participants at 426, and long-term personal care services at almost 10,000. Next slide, please. Now, in response to COVID-19, the Office of Aging and Adult Services has implemented multiple alternatives to the methods of delivery of services. Adult day health care and PACE centers, as you know, had to be closed, but retainer payments and time-limited retroactive rate increases were made to HDHCs, and a per diem structure was created to allow the ADHC to perform wellness checks on participants. HDHC and PACE now have the option to open with the use of distancing and masking guidelines. Per diem wellness check structure remains in place as well. So ADHCs can do both things. They can have participants attend and also perform well checks on days the participants cannot attend or choose not to attend. We'll go to the next slide now. In terms of specific changes and modifications, additional exceptions include implementing flexibilities such as allowing the participant to live with the direct support worker, allowing verbal agreements or electronic signatures, implementing hazard pay to workers under LTPCS or PAS, and allowing virtual visits in lieu of face-to-face visits, among several others. These are some of the ones that are more worthy of mentioning and highlighting. And in the next slide, we will see some of the highlights of the COVID rates among the HCBS populations. The key or the point on this chart is that second column to the left, positive COVID-19 cases. Now note that only 6.4% of the OAAS, ADHD, and community choice waivers and PACE population has been identified as COVID positive, where the general population percentage is around 11% of those who have tested positive for COVID. Given the fact that these are populations that live or participate often in integrated environments, the very low percentage, as well as the rest of the percentage that are presented in this table, show you that we have been successful in maintaining very, very, very low percentages of adverse exposures and effects of the COVID-19 virus. I would like to then leave you with the contact information on our next slide. And I want to highlight Elizabeth Atkins, who is my senior advisor after the title change from Chief of Staff, has now been detailed to the role of the Deputy Assistant Secretary following our dear Robin Wagner's retirement, which was effective last July 23rd. And we wish Elizabeth a lot of luck, and we know that she will be very, very successful. Her contact information is there. She can reach out and help me help you. Thank you very much for your attention. And we'll be taking the next participant.
Hi, everyone. Julie Foster Hagan with the Office for Citizens with Developmental Disabilities. And I will be covering some information for my office, as well as some information on the Medicaid section and where you can go for questions there. So just a high-level overview of what we do in the Office for Citizens with Developmental Disabilities. We have 4 home and community-based waivers: the New Opportunities Waiver, the Residential Options Waiver, Children's Choice Waiver, and Supports Waiver. The Early Steps Program, which is Louisiana's early intervention program for children birth to 3 with developmental delays, is under our office. We also have an OCDD resource center and state-funded services that are operated through our local governing entities. We do have oversight of intermediate care facilities for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We work collaboratively with 10 local governing entities. You may also hear them called districts and authorities, who are our single point of entry into our developmental disabilities system. And we do have 2 state-operated facilities under our office: Pinecrest Supports and Services Center and Central Louisiana Supports and Services Center, both in the Alexandria-Pineville area. And Central Louisiana Supports and Services Center used to be known as the Louisiana Special Education Center. Some folks still refer to that. Next slide. I won't read all of these to you, but just want to give you guys an idea. When we say home and community-based waiver services, the most often used service that people use in our waivers are in-home personal care attendants or direct support workers who just help them manage their day or whatever is needed throughout the day. But we also have a large array of other services that can be used to really help people have meaningful and independent lives. Things like employment services and other types of therapy that can really help and focus on folks being independent. And we like to encourage folks to utilize all available services in the home and community-based waivers. Okay, next slide. to give you guys some information about some of the COVID-specific changes and modifications that that we made during the emergency, similar to what our Office of Aging and Adult Services provided. We did allow several different exceptions. And where we are in the process now, and I apologize because it looks like one of our slides must have not got added and we didn't catch it. Where we are now is really taking a look at after the public health emergency has ended, what are things that we will be able to continue and things that we will have to discontinue after the public health emergency. We have held listening sessions to hear from families, and we know that a lot of families would like to see some of these exceptions continue. So we are looking specifically at in which circumstances family members may be able to continue to be paid caregivers. And our regulations, the federal regulations, require that we follow certain guidelines there. So we won't be able to continue it as it currently is during COVID, but there will be some times and some exceptions that we'll be able to have in place that will, under certain circumstances, allow family members to be paid caregivers. And we are also looking at the use of technology and virtual visits and using what we learned during COVID that really helped families to be able to look at what are long-term changes that we may be able to make, including things like virtual day habilitation for people who maybe are never comfortable going back into a day program or a facility. We do currently have our new opportunities waiver, which is up for renewal. It is posted for public comment, which you can find on our OCDD website. And you will see some of these changes have been incorporated into our new opportunities waiver renewal. I'll also let you guys know that the data that OAAS shared with you, that was great data. I think we had a comment there. We do include updates for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities related to COVID positivity. And we do update those. At this time, we update it monthly. And so you can find information there. We also know, as you know, over the weekend, I'm sure a lot of you have heard our COVID rates are starting to rise again across Louisiana. So we don't have it kind of hot and fresh off the press for the conference today, but I will just say that, folks, please pay close attention. We do anticipate some updated guidance coming from the department in relation to mask updates, social distancing, and some of those things as it relates to our recent significant increases in the number of people who are COVID positive. Okay. The next slide will provide you with our OCDD contact information. Again, my name is Julie Hagan, and my contact information is julie.hagan@la.gov. And we've also provided you with some links. Oftentimes we're asked, and we will be sharing with Bambi and those folks these PowerPoint slides, because we have a lot of kind of links and contact information. So we'll be sharing that. Okay, the next slide. To provide you guys with an overview of Medicaid, Medicaid has several different functions, including Medicaid eligibility determinations. So there are many different programs within Medicaid, and the eligibility has to determine if you're eligible for each of those different programs. So there's a whole section related to that. There's a section in Medicaid that works on provider payments. So payments for services that are provided to our folks. There is oversight of managed care plans. There is also oversight of our Medicaid services. And then in partnership with our program offices, they help administer our home and community-based waivers that we have across all of our program offices. So again, our Medicaid section works in collaboration with our program offices to be able to support persons with disabilities and seniors across our state. Okay. So here's again some information to links of information. We do keep a coronavirus Medicaid information site that we keep updated that gives ongoing guidance for all members. So the member portal are those folks who are Medicaid eligible, and then a provider portal that includes all of the guidance for providers of Medicaid services. Okay, next slide. So during COVID, the Family First Coronavirus Response Act, we did receive additional federal funding from to support our persons with disabilities and our elders, but it required that we had continuous eligibility throughout the public health emergency, which means that only that people who were Medicaid eligible at the time of the public health emergency needed to be able to maintain their eligibility for Medicaid. So since March of 2020, the only reason someone would lose coverage, Medicaid coverage, was if they passed away, if they moved out of state, or if they asked to be able to be closed. So we've had to be able to maintain that in order to keep our federal funding. Services, COVID-specific services through Medicaid include vaccination administration, COVID testing. We have had under our early periodic screening and diagnostic treatment, which is most folks know as EPSDT, we have had some modifications to those in-home personal care services. We've made modifications in Medicaid to our home health authorizations and our pediatric day health services or health centers. We've also done it within Medicaid. They've done all they can to have the maximum telehealth flexibilities. So for people to not have to go in person and keep them safe, we've had our telehealth flexibilities and then the waiver modifications that we shared with you guys earlier. Okay, next slide. We are beginning within all of Medicaid, I mentioned for OCDD, but within all of Medicaid, we're starting to look at what happens after the public health emergency. We do know that in July, the Biden administration extended the public health emergency for another 90-day period. They can only extend those for 90 days at a time. So we would anticipate then in October looking for another extension. They have told us that they plan to extend it at least through the end of this calendar year. But again, we'll have to see in October if they extend for another 90-day period. But what we've started to do, or what they've started to do within Medicaid, is to take a look at those people who would have lost Medicaid coverage during the public health emergency and to start sending out notifications to those folks so that they can be aware that when the public health emergency ends, they will lose Medicaid eligibility so that they can begin preparing for what they may need to if they get, if they in fact will be closed. The letter that they will receive will provide them with where they can go if they have questions about the notification. Okay, next slide. And for the Medicaid program supports and waiver, Brian Bennett is the point of contact there, and we'll get that corrected before we send that out. It's brian.bennett@la.gov. And Kelly Zimmerman is the Deputy Medicaid Director over Policy Waiver and Public Affairs. Okay, next slide. This slide just provides everyone with all of the contact information for all of the presenters that you had today, should you have questions. And it does look like we have about 5 minutes left. Bambi, I don't know if you guys have a way for folks to enter a chat or Q&A, or if there's any clarification that you guys might have that we want to give in the last 5 minutes.
Thank you, Julie, and thank you to all the presenters. We did have one question from YouTube, and if anyone else has a question, you can type it really quick. And this is from Kathy regarding behavioral health services. Has any of the behavioral health services that were cut under the previous administration been restored, especially the community programs?
So without having a little more pointed information in the question about which specific programs the individual is asking about, I can say that we do have a lot of programming that is occurring at the community level through the LGEs, through our behavioral health providers in the community, and also from the, like I said, Office of Behavioral Health perspective. So we have the crisis counseling program, which is actually ongoing statewide. And as I said earlier, that it is the Hurricane Laura CCP, or crisis counseling program, is targeted to regions 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. However, the COVID-19 crisis counseling program is statewide, and anyone is eligible to participate. So if you need more information about that, feel free to email me. I can send you that information and direct you where to go, where you can find more information. But also, if you want to email me, I can help find any type of community programming that is specific to what you're talking about, because I'm sure that there is a lot of that out there, and maybe it just may be that some people just don't know about it, and that's fine. That's what we're here to do.
Our next question is also from YouTube. Can a person receiving waiver service require their DSW to wear a mask?
So this is Julie. I'll take a shot at that. I would say yes. You know, we've gotten a lot of questions about vaccinations, and vaccinations sometimes gets a little tricky. You can ask about vaccinations. My understanding is that you can ask about vaccinations, but you can't mandate or require that someone provide you with that information. But by all means, if you are receiving services and you would feel more comfortable with your worker wearing a mask, absolutely, you can ask that person to wear a mask. And the new updates that are coming out at, you know, kind of as we yesterday and today, are that everyone mask and social distance, regardless of if you've been vaccinated or unvaccinated at this point. So we would encourage folks to do that. And then, you know, I meant to say this and I forgot at the very end. So just one more plug, please, 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 if you have not been vaccinated yet, do continue. The only way we're going to get out of this is if we can get more people in Louisiana comfortable and understanding why. We need to, but we definitely need to try to help folks understand and be comfortable with getting vaccinated so that we can beat this.
I'm Dr. Lopez again. I echo Julie. My answer will also be yes. A DSW participant may ask, and it's probably a good idea to do so for the DSW worker to wear a mask and also engage in all the other precautions such as social distances and hand washing and hand sanitizing and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie and Dr. Lopez. I don't see any other questions. This PowerPoint was filled with information. Just want to let everyone know that we will share all the PowerPoints from the presentations we receive, including this one, at the end of the conference. So if you have registered, you will receive a copy of that presentation. Just want to thank Department of Health for sharing that information. That was a lot of information to fit into an hour. And we really appreciate the partnership and particularly those of you who are presenters and those people that work closest with you have been such good partners with our disability community in trying to serve our community so well. So we really appreciate it. So thank you guys. And just want to remind everyone, we have our last session of today at 3:30. And you can stay logged in here. We would ask you, if you're not a presenter, if you could switch over to YouTube because we do have limited capacity within Zoom for people to be logged into Zoom, but you can watch it on this whole conference on YouTube and make comments there. And we are only 3 sessions into 18 sessions, and this has been great. We appreciate everybody's participation, all this wonderful information, and looking forward to a great week. So with that, we will see you all at 3:30 for our presentation, which will be interactions with law enforcement. So thank you guys. Hi, everyone. We are about to get started. Mr. Chandler, if you want to turn on your camera and your mic, you can do so. So we'll just test that out. Hi.
Hello. Can you
Hey.
hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
At least that works.
So I will introduce you, and you can share your screen whenever you prefer. I'll wait till exactly 3:30.
I hear you. Punctuality.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the first day of the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs Conference. This is our last session of the day, last but not least. We will be hearing from Dustin Chandler, who is the president and co-founder of the Interaction Advisory Group, and they specialize in training law enforcement and other first responders on safe interactions with people with autism and developmental disabilities. Dustin's complete bio is at the link to all the presenters' bios. And Dustin, whenever you're ready, I will let you take over.
Sounds good. Thank you, Bambi. First, let me say thank you to the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs for asking us to present today. Want to really thank you guys for that. And thank you for everybody that is still here for the last. I did not know I was last till I read the agenda. So I am standing in between you and going home or doing whatever you want to do after this. So, but we're going to give you some good information. So thanks to the Governor's Office of Disability Affairs for inviting us on. I'm going to share my screen and make sure that works. Sometimes that does. Let's make sure that it does. We are working on it. Stand by. I'm assuming it's not showing anything yet, eh? No?
Not yet, but you should have access to share.
Let's see. All right, we should be getting close. Let's see. Let's see if I'm. Can everybody see a community awareness program, a CAP, orange
Yes.
screen?
Yes, sir.
Hey, score. Thank goodness. All right. So my name, like Bambi said, my name is Dustin Chandler. I'm with Interaction Advisory Group. We were founded in 2015 to really address, when we founded the company in 2015, we were looking at what I would say are some deficiencies in law enforcement training. My background is in law enforcement. I was a police officer for approximately 10 years. And worked most of my time in patrol. Got to do a lot of cool things in police work in the patrol unit. Got to spend a lot of good time on some specialty units, SWAT teams, some street crimes unit. Had a good time in law enforcement. And so I come from a law enforcement background. In 2011, my daughter was born. In 2012, my middle child, Carly, was diagnosed with a severe developmental disability called CDKL5 deficiency disorder. So that in her birth, we were blessed with Carly, but she has developmental disabilities, and that introduced me as a father, as a parent, and as a person to the disability community as a whole. And as I was introduced to more families, more individuals, looking back at my law enforcement background, I had since gotten out of law enforcement due to a lot of things going on. And I realized, there's really a lot of information in really the disability community as a whole, and things in patrol and police work that maybe they don't know yet, maybe they don't understand. I'm very transparent about my career. I did not know a lot of the stuff that we train police now. I did not get that kind of training back then. And so we founded this company to really bridge the gap on law enforcement, first responders, fire departments, medics, the whole group, and give them better understanding on interactions with individuals with developmental disabilities to help them have better outcomes. These are the things that we train on that side. We want the best possible outcome for law enforcement or first responder and the citizen. It's all about safety in our training. And so that is what our company is about, is training those on the first response side of things to understand developmental disabilities, disabilities kind of as a whole, and help them understand that some of these interactions, not all, some of these interactions could be different. How do we keep things safe? How do we ensure fair treatment of individuals? And how we go about doing that on each individual interaction. We're big on the interaction itself. When an officer or first responder is interacting with an individual, that is really what we focus on. So when we did that, we wanted to also talk to community members. We wanted to kind of develop a short class we could send community members through that would help them also learn the law enforcement first response side of things and how to kind of be prepared for some of those interactions. And so we decided to kind of have a two-way training street. So we are training I want everybody to understand that we are training law enforcement is a really big focus for us, but also fire department, medics, a whole lot of people. We are training them on safe interactions with individuals with disabilities and developmental disabilities. So none of this today should be saying, well, we're only training community, because we're training both sides. We want a better understanding. I feel having a background in law enforcement, if we have better understanding of each other, I sure hope that we can have the safest outcomes that we can and continue to have those. So that is what we will be presenting today, is kind of the how to be prepared, not necessarily for a disaster, but maybe be prepared for coming in contact with law enforcement, what to expect from law enforcement, kind of how to be prepared before any of these things happen. So I'll be touching on several different things today, trying to fit it in here in an hour. I told Bambi I would do it in an hour. So we're going to get a lot of things in this hour, and I'll provide you our website at the end. You can check out some of the things that are free to download from our website that you'll see throughout the program this afternoon. So that was a really quick introduction. I always have to mention the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council. This is just a slide that stays in our community trainings wherever we go in Louisiana. We have been very blessed to have funding coming from them to be able to be in Louisiana to do virtual trainings for first response. So I always have to give them a big thanks whenever we do this, because without them, we wouldn't be in Louisiana doing the things that we're doing that I just talked about. So thank you all to them for the funding and for allowing us to hopefully have better interactions with law enforcement. So as we start, these are all general things to kind of think about when interacting with law enforcement. I'm going to talk a lot about law enforcement because that's my background. And that's sometimes the most nervous people are when dealing with law enforcement. So that's going to be, it's kind of going to be heavy on talking about law enforcement. And when we talk about law enforcement and any kind of interaction, really with a police officer or with, it could be first responders of any kind, fire department, medics, whomever it could be. This form is something we talk about disclosure a lot. In our class, it was my experience as a police officer that if I knew most about the person I was going to be dealing with, or that if I had to respond to their home, it was a lot better for me to understand more about what might be taking place with that individual, what I might be getting into that I should be aware of. Nothing against anything of a household, but if I knew that information before I got there, it would really make things run a lot smoother because I would have that information. So we put together a POW form, and this kind of sets the stage of disclosure, what we're going to talk about. I'm a believer in allowing law enforcement, first responders, the voluntary information that you want them to know about you or your loved one before those interactions take place. This is information that is voluntarily done. You don't have to do it, but this is good information for police officers to have, for medics to have, for a lot of people to have in first response. And don't misunderstand this information on what you would give people that you don't know. This is not information you would give strangers. This is information that you would give in emergency situations where the first responders can interact with you safer, understand some of the challenges that you may have and your family may have. That's what we want them to know up front. Of course, you can tell them as you go, but if law enforcement and first responders know this up front, it just kind of makes hopefully will make the interaction go a lot smoother and a lot safer. So all this information we call it a POW form, a personal action list. It's voluntary information. So you really would only put down on this form what you would want law enforcement or other first responders to know. And you can see the form there on your screen. We have these on our website. As I said, I will give you our website link at the end. You can download as many of these as you want, but it's vital information about a loved one. So if it's a child, if it's your loved one, or if you're a caregiver, whomever it might be, or it might just be about you. If you live on your own, you may want to write this stuff down where it is easily accessible. If you have to call 911, you could keep it printed at your house. We always recommend keeping this information written down and have it readily accessible at your home to hand to police officers if they have to come to your house, if that's able to be done. Also, we would suggest for both police and medics, a lot of times in your jurisdiction, in your area where you live, you are in a city or part of a parish that will have a dispatch. So when you call 911, they are going to send out whomever needs to be responding to your house. They also need to know this information. So this information can be written on these POW forms, these personal action lists, and you can turn these forms into your parish sheriff's office, your municipality, the city police department, wherever you may live. Fill this out and volunteer this information to them. Now, they do not go and broadcast this out to the public. That is not what this is. This would be for in-house information. They would then be able to flag what they call flagging the address that you have on that list. And it allows them, when they dispatch to your home or to your wherever you are, they will know this information before they get there. We hope that dispatch would then see this information. They would get it to the patrol officer and or the other first responders, and they will have this information. And it's voluntarily done. And it just really just puts out these things that they may need to know. Some of the things on our personal action list may or may not pertain to you, but I think it is very important to have this stuff written down about your loved one or about yourselves and turn it in where they'll know before they get there. And as I mentioned previously, I think it's important to keep a copy of this at your house. I think it's important to keep a copy of this tucked away somewhere, maybe in your glove box in your vehicle, that if anything happens, that if a caregiver is, unfortunately, if you're in a car wreck and your caregiver cannot talk or they're incapacitated for some reason, the officers or the first responders could find this information about a loved one, and they'll have that there, and they won't have to do a lot of searching and knowing who to call during an emergency and what medical diagnoses that you may have or that your loved one has. So we think it's important to keep these, to keep them in your house. I think it's important to turn these into your 911 call centers, so to speak. The people that when you call 911 to have them, and that is easily done by knowing your address. Obviously, if you're in a parish, you would just go to your parish sheriff's office. You could do that regardless if you're in a city or a part of the parish. You can go to both. And you would turn one in to the parish sheriff's office and ask them to enter that in for your home address. And you could even ask them to enter it in wherever they think that they may need it. And you could also do that for the municipality. This is one of the very basic ways that you guys, and I've done this myself personally at my home, that you can really be prepared and have law enforcement and other first responders prepared before they get to your house. Very good information to have. Some of you may be saying you're in your location that the police and the first responders already have a program like this. That is wonderful if they do. Many departments do not. But if they have a program already like this, a lot of times it's online. You can go fill this out so you can check out your city's website and police department. If they don't have that, then print these out from our website if you'd like. And then go to them and ask them to enter that into to their dispatch if they're ever dispatched to your house. Again, police departments also have some other tools called Smart 911. They may already have systems that are going like this. You can always inquire about those things, but I feel it very important to take the proactive step to fill out these PAL forms and let them know some of the situations that they may encounter with your loved one, like my daughter. My daughter is nonverbal. Well, that's what I want police to know. I want the police officers, if they ever have to respond to my house, hopefully they do not. But if they do, my daughter is nonverbal and she's also non-ambulatory. So if my daughter can't walk, the fire department that would come to my house, they know exactly where my daughter's bedroom is because I've specifically told them to mark it. And to understand that somebody is in that bedroom, obviously, and to get them out, and she can't get herself out. So it's just good information to know. Back in law enforcement days, if I knew about somebody and I knew their likes and dislikes, man, that was such a great thing that I would know. And we can have a conversation before we have to do if you call 911, we can get to know each other maybe a little bit better. That's kind of how we train police now in our training, is build a rapport with the people that you serve. Obviously, if you're there on a 911 call, a lot of emergency things going on, but understanding who you're serving and knowing what challenges that they may have, it's just really good to know for really everybody involved. So we highly suggest doing those things. The recent photo, if you want to fill one of these out for your child, obviously a recent photo, as a person gets older, they change in their younger years, especially. So we would love to keep that recent photo, every 3 to 6 months, updating that photo, but always having a recent photo is very important because they can put that photo out onto the Florida law enforcement, especially if there's a missing person. They would have an updated photo. And really everything that you see on that form is very important, especially de-escalation techniques. If you have those things, please put those on there where they'll understand that. We're big about caregiver involvement. Please put down caregivers. If there's only one caregiver, we understand that. If you're your caregiver, that's fine too. Put that information down there. Those are just important people that would be able to help out the situation if there's an emergency situation. So these can be found, again, we'll show you our website's down there on the bottom, but I will talk about our website again toward the end of the program here to make sure you can print those out if you feel necessary to turn those in. But it's good information to have, and you should check with your local agency to see if they have their own programs started. If they do, participate in that one. If they don't, print these out and turn those in. We just think it's very important to have that information and for them to have that knowledge going into a situation. Keeps everything safer. And that's our number one goal. So when we talk about all these things, you know, it's really across the board. Almost the same in all these columns. It's really the same for police as it would be for medics. We don't ever want to forget medics because they may respond with the police department, or law enforcement may call the medics to your house. We are big, Interaction Advisory Group is big on team. We are a team mentality. We want the law enforcement officers to know. We also want the fire department to know too, because they could be responding together. And I will tell you, it's not often that you will have the same information being dispatched to both police and fire at the same time. Some agencies are really good at it. Some agencies, they don't really have the same information coming to them. So it's good to let each one of them know these things. And people with sensory influences and sensory sensitivities, that is obviously a big thing to let people know about. So make sure you're telling not only law enforcement, I would say also tell fire medics. It can be done at one trip to the department to dispatch, and it'll cover both. But if it doesn't, ask them, listen, I want this, put in the system and flag my home address and let them know that information. But then ask them also for the fire service as well. And one thing you can ask them is, hey, do you guys dispatch fire service as well? And if they say they do, well, then ask them to make sure that's obviously over on their system, but make sure they're both. We're all on the team together, I feel, and everybody needs to know these things. Okay. You will hear me say this more than once today. We're very big on caregiver involvement. Caregivers are very important to us, and a caregiver could mean a lot of different people. We even consider siblings caregivers in an emergency situation. So if it is your sibling that can help out law enforcement, can help out medics with you or a loved one, we want them to be listed. Again, this is not public information. This would be in emergency situations. We want them to know this information, because if we can find somebody that can help law enforcement help you, then we want to make sure that those people are linked up to have a real good outcome and the best possible outcome that we can have. So you'll probably hear me say caregiver again. We want the caregiver to be involved with that. Tracking technologies, obviously, if you have a child or a loved one that could wander, we talk about wandering a little bit later as well. But on those PAL forms, make sure you list out any kind of tracking technology that you may have incorporated in your safety plans. We talk about these in a minute. But make sure those are on PAL forms, especially if you think you have somebody that will run or is a wanderer or have that information down, and have it done beforehand. All this information today, especially when we talk about PAL forms and information disclosure information, it is very important to know this should be done before you may have an interaction with law enforcement. Obviously, if you don't have it done and you have to call 911, they need to know this information. However, if we could have it done before, because you're thinking clearly now, it's not in an emergency situation, you're thinking clearly, you have time to slow down and get your thoughts on paper, that is a great time to do it when we're not under stress. And the tracking technologies is one of these things that if your child goes missing and they've wandered and they've got out of your house, I am a parent of 3 children, and if any of my children are out of the house, I'm going to panic. So I may be in a state of mind that I won't remember the tracking technology. I may forget about it. I may forget a lot of things because I'm under a panic and I've lost a loved one. They're missing. Well, let's have that written down beforehand. And man, you can just hand that sheet over to law enforcement. Maybe you've turned it in and they know what tracking technology that you have. There's a lot of different tracking technologies out there. We'll talk about in a second. There's different ones, but let's make sure to have a game plan going forward that we're turning in information that we want to make sure that they know to help us before an emergency. That's kind of the key here, is to have this already done prior to an emergency situation with law enforcement or even fire medics. On the other column, we talk about schools just a little bit in these community trainings. We understand that parents and obviously they may have kids in school. Again, we are a team-based kind of approach with our training. School resource officers are out there. They're in schools. They're not in every school, but they're in a lot of schools. We want the school resource officer to understand the same information a regular police officer might know, because they're a police officer that's had school resource officer training and they're inside your child's school. I would love for them to understand more about your child. I understand there's FERPA and there's a lot of things that come into play when you're talking about IEPs and special education if they have an IEP. However, I think it's important when we're talking about health or safety that we make sure everybody is on the same team, that they understand that if there's an emergency situation and the SRO has to respond to that, no matter what that emergency situation is, that the police officer, the school resource officer, understands kind of what's going on. A lot of times our school resource officers may not know the students yet, and they may interact in a way that was not the best to interact with, and we could have done it better, but they just didn't have the information. So I always put a question mark, should a plan be in the student's IEP? Obviously, there's behavioral intervention plans, BIPs that are planned that really don't involve the school resource officers a lot of times. But it's just good to have everybody on the same team. And that is something that if you have a child that is in special education in your schools and they have an IEP, that is something that you can discuss with the IEP team. I think it's a very important discussion to have, that if something happens at school, it may not be a law enforcement issue. However, law enforcement, the school resource officer may respond to the classroom and or the situation. So we want everybody to be on the same page. And I'll leave that up to parents and or the caregivers. When you're creating these IEPs, ask these questions and make sure everybody's on the same page. Again, I put in the little asterisks there about sensory sensitivities and influences that may impact behavior. It is good for school resource officers to know that. And also obviously the teachers, it is good to let everybody know and get them on the same team before an incident may happen in our schools. So that's why we put that other column there. School resource officer, again, is the same as a police officer. They just had school resource training, officer training, and they're in a lot of the public schools and some private schools as well. So just keep that in mind, get everybody on the same page, and where we'll understand what we may be encountering before they get there, and they can help your student out. The self-advocate and caregiver interactions with police. Listen, this is all just general information. When you're interacting with law enforcement, this is law enforcement specific. I was in law enforcement a long time, and I have pulled over, I don't know how many cars, and if I've interacted with hundreds, if not thousands of people in a law enforcement capacity. And these are just some of the things that I, during my career, would say to have best safe interactions. These are just some of the tips, and some of you might say, well, that's obvious, but sometimes we just have to think and know what to prepare for if you're interacting with law enforcement. And really the first one is following lawful orders of police officers. This is one of these things that if we can comply, a lot of times obviously the call should go a lot smoother. You're doing what the police officer is asking you to do on a lawful command. And you're doing those things. That obviously is going to, let's hope that gets a good response from the police officer. It should. It always has with me. If somebody complied with what I was asking them to do, I never had any issues from my side. And if you're pulled over, we talk about traffic stops a lot. A lot of people will drive by a traffic stop. And I had this question many times when I was in law enforcement. And they asked me, why are there so many police officers around just one car, one vehicle? What's going on? Is there something else going on there? There could be, but don't be alarmed. A lot of these times officers will respond to kind of back up their officer because they don't know the situation. That does not necessarily mean that you were in any kind of trouble. They could just be there for backup purposes. We want people to understand that there could be more than one officer present, and they could be on each side of your vehicle. There's a lot of things that other officers could be there for. So it doesn't necessarily mean that you're in in trouble or anything like that. It is something that is really, when I was in law enforcement and continue today with friends in law enforcement, that's kind of common practice to back each other up because they don't know who might be in the vehicle or what's going on, and they're just helping each other out. It's important to also know if you get a ticket or if an officer or if an action is taken, even in an arrest, anything, but really let's just hope nobody's getting arrested. But if you get a ticket, it's just important not to argue with the police officer on the side of the road. The police officer is more than likely not going to change their mind when that takes place. And if you don't agree, it doesn't mean you have to agree with the ticket. But, you know, there's a process by which you can contest a ticket, which you can contest a lot of things. And we encourage our self-advocates, we encourage this who we work with, and then the caregivers as well. We encourage to go about that process to challenge something that you don't agree with, such as a traffic ticket, a violation on a traffic ticket. Now, when you do that, obviously you're going to go to a municipal court or a local court, and you need to bring a caregiver or a loved one. Make sure that you understand the process because it is a different process, and make sure you're prepared for that. And I encourage that. I would encourage people if I wrote some tickets that some people didn't agree with, and if they showed up to court and wanted to contest, you know, it's really you. That's your time to talk. That is your time with your caregiver, or you will have to contest the officer's ticket or the action. And that's important because if we know that there is a process set up, there is a system set up for that, it is much better and safer to do that in that system and not on the side of the road, because that can be very dangerous for you and the police officer. And we want to keep things safe. All right. And when you get pulled over, if you're encountered in a vehicle, I was asked a lot of times, you know, where's the best place for your hands and everything. I would say, you know, if you're pulled over by a police officer, best place, they want to see your hands. Okay. Police officers want to see your hands. And one of the easiest places to keep them is going to be on top of the steering wheel. If that's easy for you, keep them on top of the steering wheel and don't move them unless the officer asks you a question. We go over that in a minute, how to answer questions. But keep those hands where police officers can see them. There's nothing that made me more nervous as a police officer when I was a police officer than when people were trying to reach under their seat or in their middle console. That makes a police officer very nervous. They don't know what's in the vehicle. So keep your hands where they can see them, and just don't move them. And you can have a conversation, obviously, with them seeing your hands. That was a big thing for me as a police officer, was being able to see somebody's hands. And that's just very important. So I think it's easiest to keep them on top of the steering wheel. You can just place them on top of the steering wheel with your wrist on top of the steering wheel. You can also, you know, another suggestion sometimes comes up that you can, as you know, when you're being pulled over, you can roll down the windows where the officer can see everything in the vehicle fairly easily, obviously weather permitting, of course. But it's important just to have your hands where the officer can see them on any kind of traffic stop that you may be involved with. But really, any kind of interaction, police want to know where your hands are. And we put on the very bottom of this, officers can be very direct. I was a very direct police officer when I was working. It can be misinterpreted as being very rude, but just remember, police officers can be very direct. We have an advisory board that has police officers that sit on our advisory board for our company. And this was one of the things that they wanted people to understand is, yes, they're direct. They're not trying to be rude. It's just they're just very direct in what they're wanting people to do. So not misinterpreting that as being rude is something I think they feel important for us to say. And so we say it. And I was a very direct police officer. And I'm pretty sure that sometimes people thought I was rude, and I was not trying to be rude. I was just being very direct. So just keep that in mind. With all this as well, if you're a self-advocate, and sometimes we have disclosure cards. I know some of the autism societies have them around the country. Even other organizations and affiliates have identification cards, even your driver's license. Any of these identification cards that you obviously, if it's your driver's license, you know, to be able to you're going to have to show that to the police officer. Wait till the police officer asks you for that identification. That is important. I would wait for the direction to come from the police officer. We train a lot of self-advocates in the autism community. And a lot of times they get really, they know that they want to show an ID card to the officer, and they really want to get that to the officer. And sometimes if you're doing it too soon and start reaching in your pockets, it makes police a little bit nervous. So wait for the police officer to ask you for your ID and or your driver's license. And when they ask you for that, you can give them your driver's license and the other information that they're asking for. And if you have a disclosure card, and the disclosure card would be somewhat like the things we talked about earlier, but it could be saying, identifying the disability that you may have or the things that you want them to know on a little bitty card. That's the time to present that to an officer, to wait till they ask for your driver's license, and then just put that card with your driver's license and hand it to them. You can also tell the officer what you're going to do. They'll obviously listen to you. Hey, I'm going to reach here. My wallet is in my purse, or my wallet is over here, and then ask them if it's okay to retrieve it. That just makes things go a little bit smoother and safer as well. One of my favorite sayings when I was a police officer is the next bullet point here, and that was answer questions with your mouth, not your hands. That is something I said over and over. It is natural. It is a natural reaction when somebody asks you a question, that if you have something, well, you want to show it to them. That's everybody does that. Well, just remember to make sure your hands are always visible. And then if they ask you a question, a yes or no question, then answer your mouth. Don't try to show them something that they ask you about. Just answer with your mouth, not your hands. I know it's maybe sounds silly and it's understood, but a lot of people will want to reach for things. And just remember, the police officer does not know what's inside that vehicle. So if you go reaching around the inside of that vehicle, it might make them a little bit nervous, and we want to have the best possible outcome we can have. So if they ask you about something, yes or no, and then tell them where something is. If you're looking for your driver's license, I do have a driver's license. It is located in my wallet, which is wherever it is. If a caregiver is with you, you can allow, obviously, the caregiver to interact with the law enforcement officer as well. And just let them know where all these things are before you go reaching for them. It just makes the interaction go a little bit safer, especially on traffic stops. And that is really my first, that is personal experience. I always got nervous if I couldn't see somebody's hands. So just make sure that's the case. And we're not reaching for anything without telling the officer what you might be reaching for when they ask. We went over the identification card and the disclosure card. We encourage self-advocates and anybody with certain things that officers may need to know and understand. We find it very helpful for having these disclosure cards. These aren't cards that you would give to everybody. These are in emergency situations or a traffic stop that you want them to know. And on those disclosure cards would tell about the disability or the stuff that you want them to know. And on that identification cards, again, we think it's important to have caregivers involved. We understand the caregiver is not going to go with everybody. I understand that. I didn't want my parents or my loved ones riding with me everywhere. I get that. But on that disclosure card, have contact information of somebody that may be able to help you or help that police officer. It's very good information to have. But then let's remember when to give that card. That is something we've got to understand, that give that disclosure card when you're giving your driver's license after you were asked by the police officer. But having that caregiver on there, that could help you really big, and it could also help that officer. We want the officers to be asking about a caregiver, because if there's communication difficulty, a caregiver might know how best communication techniques, and that can help the officer out and that can help the individual out. And that's very key in our opinion. Keeping hands out of your pockets. If you're standing up talking to a police officer and if they ask you to take your hands out of your pockets, I used to say that all the time. That's again, going back to what we've already talked about. It makes police officers very nervous when they can't see your hands, or if your hands are in your pockets. You can keep your arms out of your pockets to your side. You can put them kind of up here, kind of fold your hands. when you interact with a police officer, but making sure they can see your hands at all times is very, very important. And that's from personal experience. To keep them out of your pockets, it makes officers nervous. I always say, I try to tell everybody this, and it doesn't matter who you're interacting with, in my opinion, be polite and respectful, be kind. Hopefully that kindness is given back to you. Obviously, that's what I would say. Anybody that was always kind to me, it's just good when you run across kind people. And I know we've got kind people on this call. I know we've got polite police officers out there. Be kind to one another. I mean, I say that to anybody though. It's just being polite and respectful. And we say that on the police officer training too, is we come in contact with families, listen, my family, we deal with developmental disability every day, and it can be tough. Dealing with disabilities as an individual can be tough, and you're going through a lot. We tell police officers to have an understanding of that, be polite and understand kind of the perspective that individuals with disabilities are coming from, but also their parents. So when they come in contact with you, it works both ways. Politeness and respectfulness works both ways. And I just want everybody to know that that's what we teach in our training class for police and other first responders. We're also big on the sense of community, that caregivers, parents, and self-advocates, and anybody that you want to take a visit to the local PD. I mean, people always say, well, that's for children to do, and that's not really true. If you haven't never been to a police department, get to go know the people that may serve you, that may come to your house to help you. Get to know those people, call up and be proactive. A lot of times police departments, they may not be proactive in this. We want them to be, but if they're not doing it, on the community side, let's call them up, call them on the phone and ask if you and your family can take a tour of the police department or the fire department. I'm a big believer that if we can get to know each other and understand each other before emergencies take place, then there's better outcomes that can be had. I'm a big believer in that. And sometimes on the community side of things, even though we encourage it on the law enforcement and first responder side, it sometimes takes us as a community to reach out to them and say, can we come and meet some police officers? And can we come and look at a patrol unit? I drove in a patrol unit all the time. And when people wanted to see and somebody wanted to, see that, we'd always set that up for them to have it, and they can do that, but they'd have to set that up under safe conditions, obviously. But take a visit to a local PD and know the people that are serving you. It's important to know, when I was a police officer, I was serving the community. I was serving the people that lived in the communities that I worked in, and we need to get to know each other. And sometimes that takes the community on our side, the community to reach out to them. So we always encourage that. We encourage it on the law enforcement side too, is, hey, be proactive and have community days. Why not have community days where you can have a day where the public can get to know the people that are serving them? We think that's very vital in getting to understand each other. We are big on acceptance. We're big on awareness as well, but I am very big on acceptance. And if we can get to know each other, no matter what line of work this is, if it's police work, if it's any other work, if we can become aware of things that are going on, we want that to lead to acceptance in our society for my child, for my daughter, and for everybody else. So I think that leads to that kind of acceptance when we know the people that are working for us and serving us in that capacity. All right, we talk about wandering. Let me make sure I didn't skip a slide. I did not. We talk about wandering because wandering can be a big issue. We know in autism, but it could be a big issue for a lot of other developmental disabilities. And wandering is a really a big issue because it's very dangerous, of course. So we talk about this in general senses. We know in autism that it's very high. We know in other conditions it can be high too. So what can we do about wandering and be safe? And some of these things you may already know. Don't get in the thought process that this wandering only occurs in little children. Statistics show that it happens there, but it also happens in adults and also with teenagers, adolescents, and sometimes it will happen with your child that is very independent, doing things, but they're living with you, and they may just wander off. Or this just happened not too long ago in my local area, and they had never left the house before, and then they left and they didn't know what to do, and he was found at a Walmart at 3 a.m, about 4 miles down the road. So we love going over this because it's just general knowledge for you to know and put in the top of your mind on how to prevent and what if wandering takes place. Again, we talked about it in autism. I mean, listen, in autism, it's very, it happens. And about 49% of the children diagnosed with autism will wander. That's half. So it's very important for that community to know, but it happens in other developmental disabilities. And listen, it happens in dementia, Alzheimer's, and other conditions like that. So this just isn't for autism, but it does happen frequently in autism. So please know that. And autism is a very large group. It's I mean, we call it an unknown phenomenon, why children or people will wander, but they do this. Obviously, statistics show that wandering in a 5-year study done by, it was actually the National Autism Association did a 5-year study and showed that wandering in autism in their study showed that it happened between 9 p.m. and 9 a.m. And that's overnight. So that's obviously a dangerous time, and it's an unknown phenomenon. I mean, we know the statistics about the drownings that we'll talk about and everything. It's unknown in the fact of why people will wander, and sometimes you just might not know that. We can always think about, they may be seeking or wanting something. They may be wanting to get away from a situation. I know studies have shown that wandering will often take place when there's a lot of commotion or stress going on in their life, and they may kind of wander off because they're in an unfavorable situation. So they may leave. And please don't get into the habit of thinking, well, my child, even if they're 20, my child has never done that. They are not going to do that. It could happen. Obviously, we pray that it won't happen, but it could. You may have heard of it called as elopement. And then there's also bolting. I just talked to a parent today, a child with Down syndrome, and he was a runner at one time, as she called it. A lot of parents, caregivers will call it runners. We just want you to be prepared, know that it's out there, and keep this at the top of your mind because it could be a life or death situation. Obviously, anytime at any place, it doesn't have to be from your house and they've left your house. It could be a grandparent's house. It could be at a friend's house. And they just go wandering. So just be prepared at all times. That's kind of how you have to look at this topic. And obviously, if somebody does wander, you don't look at a single place. When we're talking about, don't always think that you're going to know. It's good information to know that if they've wandered before and they've been to a certain place, obviously that you can obviously tell rescue people and police that, hey, they've been here before. You may want to check it again, but don't always think they're going to go to a singular place. We had an instance that I was made aware of, that it was not autism. It was another condition. And this individual had wandered off, and his family said up and down that he was going to go to a certain location. So they really focused on that one location, and it ended up that he was really about a mile really in the opposite direction. So they may go to a single place a lot, but don't tell everybody that they're going to find them there, because that might not be the case. Don't think you'll always know. Obviously it happens pretty quick. We know that if they wander, obviously if it's happening in statistics for the autism community from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. a lot of the times, you may be asleep. Obviously that's a scary time. So, and it will happen quick, meaning they're out the door before you even know it. And we'll go over things on how to try to prevent that the best that you can. And just remember, even if it's a child and they wander, they can cover a great distance in a short period of time. So this is not something you take lightly. If your child wanders or your loved one wanders, great distance can be covered in a very short period of time. So time is of the essence with that. We want to develop a plan. We're big about planning, if you can't tell, before these things happen. We want you to plan for emergency situations before they happen. If you think you're going to call 911, have things written down on your PAL form. your personal action list, and have it written down now. Don't wait for the stress to come. You really want that to be done first. So prepare, alert, and respond. And I'll go over this very quickly, but you want to be prepared in case they wonder. Obviously, have your personal action list. We've gone over those today. The current photo, update it frequently. We talked about your emergency contact card. There's other programs. There was a yellow dot program in some states. Have those emergency cards with the child if at all possible. Have that emergency card with your loved one if you can, or at least have it at home to hand to the officers with the updated photo. And that's that personal action list again. But if you have a disclosure card, have that with your individual loved one, and where they'll keep it. You know your loved one the best, where they'll keep it. Sometimes that's not on a necklace or on a wristband. It could be somewhere else, and you may have to get creative with that. Develop your safety plan during IEP. This could happen during schools. Statistically, it has happened. May not happen a lot at school, but it has happened at schools. So make sure that they know that in the IEP plan that your child or your student, no matter what age, could wander. And then tracking technology and make sure that that's updated. The alert, you need to remain alert at all times, but you need to also call 911 immediately. These are emergency situations. Parents will oftentimes, caregivers will oftentimes wait and they want to look first. And I understand the immediate look. And if you don't find them then, call 911. Really, time is of the essence. We've got to be very quick on on that. Okay, so you need to alert the authorities as quickly as you can. We say involve the neighbors. Let them know. If you know your neighbors, let them know that this could happen. And if you see your loved one out, to call you immediately on an event to alert you for that. If you feel safe doing that. Obviously, on the school and daycare facilities, notifying them that those could happen. They may not understand wandering, and that's where they are most of the day. So know that the PAL forms you see there, again, we think they're important under the alert, and then the tracking technology is there as well. And then the response. Obviously, if you have a PAL form, you are set, you're ready, you've had it, you've done a great job filling these out. Police response to your house, hand that to law enforcement. They've got all the information that they're probably going to need. They may ask you additional questions, but they've got a whole bunch of stuff that they can use to locate your loved one. Then I would say, and you can put these on the PAL forms too, how best to approach a child or your loved one, letting them know certain things. Be prepared. I would do this in advance too. Be prepared that they could be canine search and rescues involved. I understand not all people like dogs. Sometimes that is the case, but we want officers and law enforcement, we want them to get canine search and rescue out immediately. I don't think that's a wait and let's see if we do it. I think that's a let's get the canines out first because they can locate a lot quicker than humans. But just be prepared for that in the response that's going to come. The tracking technologies, you need to be aware of which one that you have. Have it written down before. You may forget if your loved one is missing. And know anything else that you may want to tell medics or police officers that they're coming to your house. And a lot of times it's going to be police first. Know what to tell them and have that written down on that PAL form. Okay, so you got to develop a plan prior to these things taking place. That's very important. All right. Listen, when we talk about autism, it's just been very important to know drowning is a leading cause of death in autism. It's unfortunate there's a fatal attraction to water, that's swimming pools, that's bodies of water. Tell them to search bodies of water first in case they don't know. You guys should know where your bodies of water are. I think it's very important to know that for anybody, not just people that individuals with autism, but know the bodies of water. Just understand the areas of great height around your house. A lot of children and adults like areas of height and developmental disability. And we know that they will climb power poles and water towers and whatnot. So know that. And then places of danger. Understanding a lot of times people, certain people, not all, we know no two cases are the same. They may not understand danger the way everybody else does. And so we want people to be looking off the beaten path, so to speak. Again, this all should be put on a PAL form before an incident like this happens. Okay. Going down a little bit, here's the tracking technology. Listen, these are just really quick things. You know the dangers of wandering, what might trigger wandering. You may understand that, but really it's them getting out of the house. Nothing may trigger it. They may just want to leave. You know, it's if you have the ability to have an alarm put on your house where the door chirps when the door is open, you know, that's good to have if you can do that. If you can also have cameras around the perimeter of your home, you can set up geofencing, and that also will help prevent that, or at least alarm you or alert you rather to when somebody is out of the house or around your house. And then the tracking technologies, there's several listed there. Project Lifesaver is a big one, but there's other GPS tracking devices like Angel Sense and some of the ones listed there. Just know that I think it's important that if you have a child that may wander, that we have tracking technologies, but you got to know what it is. You got to know all the information. And that, again, is before these things happen. But understand that some of this GPS tracking technology and everything may have a monthly fee. And that is something that you guys will have to decide if that's something that you can do. Project Lifesaver is one to look into with each individual parish and police department as well. Those are out there, but tracking technologies can save lives, and I highly suggest you look into those. All right, and I say, listen, become seizure first aid certified. My daughter has intractable epilepsy. There's nothing worse than a seizure. I hate them. Seizures are no good. I became seizure first aid certified because I thought it was important, even though I've been around seizures for the last 10 and a half years, because that's how old my daughter is. It's just good to know and understand seizures. They can happen in anybody. 1 in 10 people are going to experience a seizure probably in their lifetime. So get seizure first aid certified. I put it up here. It's just a good to have. It's free. It's about an hour and a half course you can take through the Epilepsy Foundation to get those things. I just think it's very important, just in case, to know that. All right, and then we say be proactive in your community. This is our website, and I know we're running short on time, but that is our website. Please write it down, interactionadvisorygroup.com. And you can go, it will be under Resources tab. And you can download as many of those PAL forms as you want to. And there is other state information there that talks about LACAN, that talks about partners in policy making in your state. We want everybody to be involved. It's a team effort to create policies for the disability community, we feel. So there's a lot of information out there on our website. You can print off a lot of that. A lot of people don't know this, and we share it. That the ADA under Title II, I believe, covers law enforcement. That document is out there for you to review as well. We also have it out there for law enforcement to review as well too, under their responsibilities of ADA. So that is out there. So please visit our website. And we say be proactive. Get out there and get to know the people that are serving you, and hopefully they're going to get out and to know you as well. So I will toss it back to Bambi. I know I'm running right up on just maybe 5 more minutes. I will toss it over for any questions that anybody might have.
We had a question, let's see. Are these terms, and this was maybe a few minutes ago, are these terms euphemisms for running away? So like, I guess maybe when you're talking about elopement.
So elopement, wandering, it's running away from a location. Bolting is another. Well, we were talking about runners running away from certain situations. So the answer to that is yes. They're just different ways of saying really the same thing. If you have somebody that bolts, they're really running away from a certain situation, and that might happen really quick right there standing by you. And wandering is really when somebody is leaving a situation or the house. It's really kind of the same thing. But if you hear any of those type of things, those are the things that are very important to know, that there's dangers out there and we need to find people safely.
Okay. Dustin, can you stop sharing your screen?
Mm-hmm.
And so that way people can see.
Did I stop?
No, you didn't stop it completely. Just go to, I think if you hit on share screen, you could do you want to?
up. Hang on. Yep, I'm
If
trying to
anybody
get
has
back.
questions, they can comment. Okay. So now people on YouTube can see who's
Oh,
been
and I can
talking
go
all.
to the, hey, look at there.
Okay. Any other questions? We just have a lot of comments of great information. Let's see, any other questions? That was very thorough. We really appreciate it, Dustin. You were right on time. That was great.
Hey, good. Maybe one of the first times in my entire life I've actually been on time. I'm proud of myself. Listen, please go to my website and contact us with any questions. Listen, we're here to be a source of the source, Bambi and all they're doing great things, and we can connect you to the right people. And please know that we are with the, again, I said it at the beginning, I want everybody to understand that the Developmental Disabilities Council has done great work, and we're getting to as many police departments and other first responder communities as we can. So we'll be actually in Louisiana, pandemic pending, of course. We'll be in Louisiana in September. So we're very excited about that, but we couldn't have done it without the Council on Developmental Disabilities. And again, thank you to the Governor's Office on Disability Affairs and you, Bambi, for inviting us on. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we really appreciate this work that you're doing and the work that you're doing in the state. And thanks to the DD Council for funding this important work. Families have really expressed their concern to ensure that our law enforcement and first responders understand the interactions with their loved ones with disabilities. And I appreciate you coming on and sharing that information with everyone who's in attendance. I just want to remind people in the schedule that you received, there's the link to all of our presenters' web pages. So as Dustin gave his link to their website, all of our presenters' websites are linked there. You also can get a link to everyone's bio. And thank you again, Dustin. And thank you everyone who has attended today. We've successfully made it through our first day, which I think all of our presentations have been wonderful. So we made it through 4 out of 18 sessions. And so we're just looking forward to continuing. Just want to remind everyone the sessions will start at 9 o'clock tomorrow, and you want to be logged in at 9 o'clock. We will have our own Lillian Dejean speaking about disability history and culture. And if you've heard Lillian speak, I know that you will want to be on for that. And the rest of the day is filled with great sessions with self-advocates and professionals sharing wonderful information. Thanks again to the staff for Lillian and Jamor, and as well as our interpreters who are here from Deaf Focus. We appreciate your work and your talents in providing that to our attendees. And you all have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.